live. Rumble's actually been doing pretty well. I mean, not as many viewers, but
Yeah.
overall, platform.
Well, yeah, considering you don't have many subscribers, it's doing really well.
Yeah. Most people use Rumble for, purposes other than
Right.
gaming. Okay. Ooh, we're getting a little rough. I really wish I could iron that out. All right. Welcome back, everybody. As you can see, we are well into spring. Looks like an entire month went by between last night and today. And yeah, we are well into spring. I even started working on my second floor here a little bit. But yeah, we got two steel processes done, and I processed most of it. I wanted to do a couple on camera just to show that process. And just on a whim, I started another set, and it finished too. So carburization complete, etc., etc. And also, I wanted to show that once it's finished, there's a random chance that it damages blocks, and now you can actually plainly see the damaged blocks. They changed the actual shape, the 3D model of the damaged blocks. So now it's much more obvious which ones are damaged, and you have to replace these when you break these. Right? They drop bricks, so you don't get all of the bricks back because it technically costs 8 to make one of these. Or no, it costs 4 technically to make. So yeah, you don't get them all back, but you get enough of them back. And there also could be a chance that your grates down here damage, as well as the border blocks down here. So you gotta have access and to be able to see all of your blocks. Otherwise, you may not see them. So yeah, this is ready to go. And when you break it, so I'm going to show that I have no charcoal in my inventory. And so when I break this, you'll see that there's actually charcoal left in there. So I get half a stack back. I think you put 48 in, and I think you get half a stack. So and we'll put the top section back as lids. Just put the lids down here. Don't know if we're going to be using this anymore, because today I want to get into... Oh, there's another one up here that's broken. Look at that. I don't know how that would have broken. This is kind of away from it all, but it is a random chance for each block. So that's 3 different blocks that actually got damaged. Oh, they only gave me 1 brick back. Well, that's just sad. So yeah, three blocks would have to be replaced, and then you could fire it up again. But I don't want to fire it up again, not yet. And now I got an odd number of bricks. That's just gross. So how do we process the blister steel? Right. So we got, it's not steel, it's blister steel. Well, dear friend, I will tell you. Here's the 2 that I kept. And also, I want to say, and we're doing this to get into vintage engineering, by the way. Vintage engineering, the way that I've balanced it, or the way that I've tried to balance, is you need 2 batches of steel, the normal way, before you can get into far enough to make steel the easy way with vintage engineering. So I really wanted to make sure that players do it the tough way before you got the easy. Because that's just how all games are balanced in all of history. So what we want to do, we have these blister seals. What we want to do is we want to process these. And now that I have more, than I need, what I should do, yeah, I'm just gonna process 2 of these. So we're gonna put some in there. We're gonna put those in there. These blister seals I'll keep for later. So you want to heat these up. And I've got my anvil ready to go. I've got everything ready to go. So this is how you process these. Now I shouldn't need to fill this up, but I'm going to put one more in there. All of these should be empty. So yeah, we're going to wait to heat these up. So the point of these is I made another batch of copper ingots, tin bronze ingots, couple batches of tin bronze plate, more iron. As you can see, we got more iron down here. So lots of stuff. I even have some brass ready to rock and roll. So we can get into all of the things. Okay, I need a hammer. That hammer is way broken, but it is what it is. I'm going to have to deal with it. So let's put this hammer here. We're going to put this away because I don't want it. Grab the tongs. You don't want to grab hot ingots without, flimsy wooden tongs on you. Now I think there's a mod that adds metal tongs on there. We're going to be doing a lot of smithing today, so this is gonna point out the smithing. But blister steel, I have a mod. I installed one called, I think it's called metal recycling, and it gives you a chance when you smith and you specifically use that split method. It gives you a chance that it drops a metal bit, okay, and you can adjust that chance in the configs of the mod, and you can adjust the diminishing return amount also in the config. So the mod is completely adjustable, and I want to emphasize that because it's really, really good. So you'll see as I do this. So blister steel looks like this when you place it, right? So you want to go to the split. This autocomplete, this is Napster. Don't use this. This won't give you bits. This will. Right? So you take off those bits. This one only has 2 on it. So we'll see. Yep, there's a bit right there. So it flings the bit off. This one has a few more. So you can adjust how many it pops off of there. So you can see not everyone gave them to me. But you can see now, I've got 6 bits from just these 2 ingots. And I'm going to douse these, so watch your hearing. It's going to be a tiny bit loud. Let those cool a little bit. There we go. So I'm not worried about the charcoal cost, and we'll tell you why in a second. So cleaning off the ingots actually gives you full steel ingots, and you can see I have 31 here because I used one to make a world eater, and then I used up all of the world eater. 30,000 durability I used up in a matter of a few hours. But I went crazy. Look at all these chunks. So I got a huge amount of chrome, a huge amount of titanium, this ilmenite here, nickel petlandite, an entire chest worth of copper, and no, there's almost another chest of copper here, plus a huge amount of more iron and some more bismuth. And the reason I haven't been crushing these down into ingots or into nuggets is because it would have burned through. I would have burned through like several hammers, several iron hammers doing this. And there's a vintage engineering machine that will do that for us. With the just cost power, and that's why I'm saving all of these. And then on top of that, the crushed chrome, right, and the crushed titanium. You want to crush it. I read it wrong. The last stream, I read it wrong. You want to crush the chunks. You don't want to crush the nuggets. Because I completely read things wrong. Let me look at titanium here. It says when pulverized, turns into 0.3 crushed ilmenite. Okay, 0.3. When I was looking at the handbook, I assumed that crushing the nugget would give you 1. Right? That was an incorrect assumption. It does not give you 1. It gives you 0.3. So you need over 3, right, to give you 1. And then the bountiful chunk here turns into 2.3 chromite. Well, if you turn it into nuggets, you get like 7 nuggets. So 7 nuggets would give you, I mean, if you take 7 times 0.3, what is that? Let me whip out my calculator. 7 times 0.3, 2.1, right? So the chunk is a higher return, 2.3. Not by much, but it's still higher. Because the chrome that I made a first batch using nuggets for Renegade's leather making, and I put 2 stacks of nuggets, 800. I put 800 nuggets in there, and it returned about 150. Between 100 and 100. I didn't count them because it was too depressing. But yeah, it was like 150 nuggets, or 150 crushed. And I'm like, holy cow. So yeah. Whoa. Ossus, did you have a stroke or something, Oss? Jesus. Wow.
Well, the second one was a joke. The first one, I saw the typos going in and just meh.
You just ran with it.
Yep.
Okay, so
I have that problem where sometimes one hand gets faster than the other.
oh,
Apparently,
I do that all the
sometimes
time.
It's twice.
So these nuggets, you might ask yourself, like, what do you do with these nuggets? Or the bits, right? Well, these are the bits. These 99 bits is what I got from processing the other 30 or 29 that I had before. So remember, 20 of these is an ingot. So right here, that's 5 more ingots of blister steel. Well, the smelting temperature is 1600 degrees. How do you do that? Well, this is where my other mods, so all of my mods they're all sort of balanced around the same gameplay style. So they all sort of mesh together. So not all of the features are in one mod. They kind of supplement one another. So this 1602 degrees normally is not attainable in the game at all. But one of my mods alters coke to be 1900 degrees. And coke normally, I don't know what it is normally in the game, but it's not 1900. It's like 13. Like, it's not very high. It's on par with one of the coals. And I'm like, if you're gonna go through the nightmare of making coal, which is fire bricks, and it's made 12 at a time at best. Like, it's not easy to make in large amounts. I'm gonna make it really, really, really good, right? 1900 degrees. It's capable of smelting almost anything. I would say it's capable of smelting anything. And yeah, so this might be Buggy's random changes. I honestly couldn't tell you which one of my mods. I have like I have a few that are like big mods, so flexible tools, Buggy's random changes, Ores Aplenty plus its add-on. The add-on is a new one, which we'll get to in a second. But and then vintage engineering. Those are the big ones, and then we've got, you know, farm survival. We've got a couple minor ones. Rock blocks, quartz blocks. Rock blocks and quartz blocks, I haven't changed. I made those mods 4 years ago, and I haven't changed them since, and they still work. So that's beautiful. It's a beautiful part of like JSON mods. A lot of times they just work depending on how simple. So yeah, we can use a few of these coal coke. Let's get 16. See if that's gonna be. I'm thinking that's gonna be. But this is 5 ingots, right? Which is why I made this lovely ingot mold. This 4 ingot mold here. That was a pain in the ass to make. 500 units, which is 5 of material ballistic steel. Yeah. This is fine. I'm really hoping this works. This worked in literally every version prior. Well, we'll see. It'll be an experiment. Okay, so the other thing I want to work on, we're going to need to get an entry into vintage engineering. And yeah, one of the things I haven't done is figured out, are we crossing like chunk boundaries in this? Because that could affect how I test. Because a lot of this is for testing purposes. I want to be able to test. I want to be able to test the different networks. I know I just did a bunch of code to shore up the electrical network side of things. As far as crossing chunk boundaries, gracefully unloading electrical system across chunks. I can't find, where's my little post-it note? There. So in order to see, and it's nighttime. Can we sleep really quick?
Certainly.
Everybody's available.
Yep.
Alright, I'm ready.
I'm laying down already.
Okay.
Just want to be able to see what I'm doing. Okay. So the command is debug dot the period, right? The period debug. Period is client side command, so this is only a client side command. Debug wireframe and then chunk. Okay. So you can see the chunk here. This is all one chunk right here. then it goes over here to another terminal. Interesting. It's kind of impressive that I built almost this entire house in one single. If I would have shifted over what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 blocks, it would have been in one. I didn't chunk align this on purpose. Okay. So, yeah, I'm gonna want to not listen to that sound. I really don't want to build the second story of this house, but I might have to. How are we doing on like the thatch, the tool thatch stuff?
Let's check.
I have a chest over here for thatch related shiz, and
Okay, yeah, the thatch is actually in. I could harvest it now. I'll
So
come back.
rather than using plaster, which is a royal pain to craft, we're gonna use chalk rock. To simulate said plaster. Okay. We're gonna come up here. I just want to see if I can close this. What I want to do is this.
I assume diamond scythe is beyond us right now.
At least for the next maybe hour or so. So, I mean we're close to it,
Yeah.
but
If you can get the vintage engineering stuff off the ground, though, it becomes a lot easier.
yeah, that's my purpose right now. Okay. Kind of want to mirror this design here. Those are pretty tall. This is why I like having flight. Building without flight is just not my favorite.
Alright, you want me to throw the thatch stuff in the thatch chest?
Yeah.
I might be missing one because I have an odd number. Check. I have the magnet on, so I should have gotten everything. By the way, the cherry trees are flowering.
Sweet. Not as bright white as it. But it can be dirty black. And the cat came to this. Of course it did. Trying to work fast. All right. Yeah, cat. I think this is bad. Stairwell is right.
Well, we have enough street litter for each of the upgrade your backpacks.
Yeah,
I'm not desperate.
Fortunately, in bronze to iron is not as big of a problem. So, quite balance that. Still, where it's at, we'll soon have it. How do we want? This will be like a vaulted ceiling in here. Alright, now I want some deep bark oak. And look at all this oak right here. Where did we get 7,000 oak? Well, let me tell you. Let me tell you a little story. In the latest version of the Ores of Plenty add-on mod, I made it a mission. If I can get rid of the goddamn rain sounds, please. Wow, it's loud. I made it my mission to figure out how to get oak trees to plant bigger. And I figured it out. And now planted oak trees are really, really good. So let me contrast to get it. I'm gonna get a bite to eat here because the character is damn near starving. So this tree outside here, this is your normal. This is what it was in the previous version of the Ores of Plenty add-on. This tree, right, was the previous planted tree oak. I got it to use the Old English oak 2x2. I got it to use that, but I couldn't figure out how to make it bigger. Well, in the new version of the Ores of Plenty add-on mod, I can't remember what version number it is, because I have 14 mods, so it's like, great. Yeah, in the new version of the mod, I figured it out. So now when you plant an oak tree, it's this. This, And this one here is what is planted. Now, some might say that's too big, and part of me agrees. Part of me is like, okay, this is, but I had to use some big numbers in order to see if it actually made a difference, right? So this is basically a new variant. I basically added my own tree generator. I copied the Old English oak generator and then tweaked the sizing, because when you plant a tree, the game hard codes size to be less than the generator set, right? So there's a 0.6 multiplier, 0.6 multiplier on the size of the tree. This is why every tree you plant is smaller than the natural forming, because there's a blanket 0.6 multiplier. So I made the generator the numbers in the generator bigger, because there's no way to pass when you plant a tree. There's the file sets which generator to use, right? It's like, use this generator for this seed, this generator for this seed. There's no way to pass in like size variance or anything. So you have to do it in the generator, which is why I have in the generator. Well, I did the same thing for acacia, because I like acacia wood too. So acacia, it's really, the acacia trees are bizarre when they grow to this scale, because they're so weird looking. They're not the same. And the numbers that they use, the tree generator, like the way they're set up, it's like reading hieroglyphics. I can't visualize what it's actually doing, because it's a lot of like, it's not Perlin noise, it's just like a lot of variation, a lot of like randomized variation in the generator. But I got these things to work, and I got the acacia, the large acacia trees to mostly work. And I could just copy this generator, right? All the variables, paste it into the acacia one, and just change the type of wood. The acacia would look like this. And the reason why this one's all chopped to all the hell, right? Most of that 7,000 wood I got from trimming this back, because when this tree grew, it grew into the windmill, and it broke 3 of the blades, because it just basically encompassed the windmill, the top of the windmill. So it broke 3 of my blades. I only got 2 full sets back, so 1 full set disappeared. So I had to trim it back to get this thing back up and running. Because when I planted it, I didn't really realize that it would do that. So I had to trim that one back. But yeah, each one of these, I mean, just what I took off of this alone was probably, I don't know, 7,000 wood at least. And I loved it. I loved everything about it. I love big trees. Okay. Renegades have renegade problems. So, the gist of the story is we have plenty of oak. And acacia. I cut the acacia trees down. And you might be saying, well, how many axes do you burn through to chop those down? Well, yeah, the other thing I did in the new version, and I've kept it quiet until now, is I made most meteorite iron tools, or many meteorite iron tools, really because meteorite iron normally is very hard to find. And so I made tools from them, very good. So the axe, the pickaxe, the shovel, the hammer, are all phenomenally good, and the chisel. I think I made the chisel from meteorite iron, really. So 20,000 durability, for most of the tools. And the ones that mine the axe, the shovel, and the pick, their respective block types really, really fast. So, you know, if you're in a hurry and you've got lots of meteorite iron, my Ores of Plenty add-on now, like, is phenomenally good for meteorite. So just so you know, there's a use for meteorite iron beyond, like, normal things. Okay, so I want here. So yeah, one of these meteorite irons could, one of these meteorite iron axes could, chop down one of those oaks. So yeah, if you wanted to customize the mod, get rid of that feature. All the tree related edits are in one file. I think it was Give Me Redwoods JSON file. With all the edits for that. So deleting that file gets rid of all of it. I know not all of my changes are for everybody. Now I'm not so worried about using a bunch of oak because we have probably another 20, 30,000 of it sitting in the trees that are grown. Thatch roof is going to be serious. Because it's going to be a lot of thatch. You know, a lot of. But really wanted to get out of the rain. That would have been. So now
There's a couple oak.
it's upside down. And on the underside, what I've been doing is if I go up here, again, this is why. So I'm serious. I like building. I don't like scaffolding. Scaffolding isn't building. We can do like a chain from the middle. We can do a chain like down into like a chandelier kind of bootleg. From here, the roof gets a little messy. But we're gonna need hundreds of thatch or hay bales. Yes, like hundreds of them. We don't have. We have 35 hay bales here. And roof bridge, but yeah, you can see like this. You can use grass, hay blocks, which is way more like repeatable than anything. So you have that. Look at that. And then these thatch roof bridge. Okay.
Mind if I cook the blue cheese into a pie?
Oh, please do so. That'd be really good.
That's like the best thing I can do with it.
Yes. Yeah, my dairy is actually very, very low, so that would be glorious. Okay, so that's a little gable, gabled roof here. And yeah, I'd like to do that for the whole thing. So the fact that it's raining right now means it's going to be very hard. It's going to be very hard to work up there, which is where I wanted all my vintage engineering stuff up there. But it's pouring down rain. Yeah, rainfall in this area almost all the time. So it's really good for farming. You know, bad for pretty much everything. Good for storms.
Good for sanity. As in losing it.
Yeah. And as you notice, I'm wearing. First, I gotta take these ridiculous snow goggles. I mean, I won't say what they make me look like, but I'm gonna take them off. Because they make. And I'll put them in the stuff for oxygen. I found those in a POIs. So the armor set that I've got on, this is the best, again, mod added. I added this via, I want to say the Forza Plenty add-on, but it might be Buggy's Random Changes. I can't remember. One of my mods. But it's a really good armor set. Like, really, really good. And believe it or not, even with the set I have on and the 99% protection, I can still almost die in like the spicier caves. Like it's it protects me. I can handle a lot more hits. But the new enemies, the Bowtorns and the Shivers, the high level versions of those, like the really high level, are brutal. So they can still almost kill you with this. You have to really watch your stuff. But if other people want this set, I kind of walked Oz through it because we're gonna go exploring later today. There's a few POIs that I've marked that I wanna go revisit with the group. But if y'all want this set, we're gonna need to plan ahead because I walked Oz through it before. I forgot completely found. Let's just let's remelt it. This. Four of these. There we go. 5 more ingots. Right. Yeah, I completely forgot. Luckily, it hadn't been too long. But yeah, I burned through quite a lot of coke. We're definitely gonna have to ramp up. But the process, because coke, you have to use coke in order to make it. You have to, because it's a titanium set, and it requires a grand total. All 3 pieces require a grand total of 16 of these chainmail pieces, and each one of these is 2 ingots. So it's a total of 320 nuggets, or 16 ingots. No, 16 of these, which is 32 ingots. Right. So it's a lot. It's a lot. So it's 2 full pours. Now, in order to conserve coke, what you do is you take the nuggets that you need to make this set, you put them in, you put 1 piece of charcoal in, you light it, the charcoal is consumed, heats it up to 1300 in 1 piece of charcoal. It gets really close, if not to 1300. And then you put coke in. And then the coke kicks in, and that takes it up the rest of the way and starts actually melting. Now, once it's done, you have to watch it. You can't just leave and do other things because you have to watch it. As soon as it gets done, as a group, we're gonna need to plan for this, because when it gets done melting and ready to pour, you pour it. You pour the first set. You put it back on the fire. Everybody sleeps. When you sleep, the forms tick, right? The forms tick, cool off, because remember, they're 1900 degrees. It's going to take a hot minute, right? Literally, to cool off. So you pour it, you put it back on, you sleep for maybe 4 or 5 hours. You get up, the molds have ticked and cooled. The fire has not. So you have not burned any more fuel by keeping it on there. You grab the ones out of there, you grab it, you grab the coke out of it, and you pour the second set. And you're done, right? Then you can let those cool, or you can sleep again if you're on the server alone. And then you use a minimum amount of coke to get the set. And if somebody else wants it, we're gonna have to repeat. So once you have the 16 pieces, then you can craft the set. Otherwise, you would burn through so much coke. It would be painfully bad. There would be none left. Because the coke only has a burn time of 80 seconds. So it's fast. It goes fast. go through about 20 pieces just melting the or melting the titanium. Okay, I'm gonna put some of this oak back. Because I just can't deal right now with the roof up there. That's going to be. I really want to get a diamond scythe to do a 9x9 grass. Then you're good to go. Okay. So, getting into vintage engineering. Now that we're well into it here, vintage engineering, we are going to need to smith some stuff to get us into. So, people keep asking, like, how do you get into the mod? Like, what is the entry point? There's no guide right now. There's no such thing as a quest book. I could create something like this, just blob, just text, just blob. There's no screenshots. It's really basic. Some people have done some crazy things. I know Vise, for his Rustbound Magic, did an entire quest book. I really hope that he would have made like an API or a secondary mod for that, but doesn't look like he's interested. Because yeah, I would absolutely do a quest book. Okay, so vintage engineering, to get into it, you want to smith like a bare minimum of things and stuff. So you're gonna need brass screws, copper wire. If you go wire, you're gonna need a wire tool probably. You're gonna need some wire relays, and I know that I edited this. This really bothers me. I know I edited this in the latest version. I triple checked it last night, and it's for some reason the game is just refusing to use my values. I don't know why. But the LV, this should be in the center of the square, right? It should be in the center, and it's not. It's just not. So it really bothers me that is like. So the LV relays, this is kind of one of the things you need. This is why I had Os make some relay bases. We've already got some of those ready to go. I've already got the glass. But the electrical wire LV is right now the only tier that you need. You don't need any other tier. So LV wire is what you need to wire all your things together. So you're gonna need to smith this at first. In the generator, this is the LV power generator system. Like, this is all that's there. There will be more power generation options eventually, but for now, this is where it's at. So I think the first thing we need to do is craft ourselves a wire tool. Let me grab some. Oh, I've already got some. Okay. And then I'm going to need probably some copper. Honestly, can't even remember the shapes of these, but we are going to fire this. Here and okay, now yeah, we're gonna need copper. Oh yeah, we're gonna need some brass for screws. I've already got plenty of tin bronze plate. I tried to get decently close to what QP Tech was, because, you know, I basically took over QP Tech with Vincent Engineering. And so I eliminated a few of the tedious ones, like the drilled plate. I don't care about those. But let's do, again, we can use a sort of a hybrid of the Napster mod as well as the metal recovery if we really want the iron back. I don't know. Here. Put this there, and we go wire tool arm. Oh, we get 2 for this. Nice. So we're gonna go. We're gonna use the Napster. Split.
I'm gonna use some logs for support beams. Should I? Do you think I should use the debarked logs like you did, or should I use regular logs? Would that make it more cavern?
They typically use debark because reasons.
Yeah.
Bark would be. It wouldn't make a good seal. So usually, like log cabins and stuff, even modern log cabins are all called debarks. So it's just more realistic, but you can do it whatever floats your boat. So if it looks better with the bark on it, then go for it.
I'll do a compare.
Okay, so I'm gonna put these in the metal pit. And these, you know what, these are the wire tools, so good to go there. Keep these hot. And this was gonna be a wrench. I want a wrench. Let's do this a little bit way. A lot of bits on this. Audio. Wrench. More iron bits. Alright, copper. Let's see what this is going to be. Copper rod. Copper rod.
Oh, if you didn't notice, you have the cheese pie waiting for you.
Sweet.
And then there's a vegetable pie in the container.
Okay, copper rod. Not really sure. I thought that there's the wire. I knew wire was in here somewhere. Okay, split. Okay. More wire. There it is. Want to make sure that I'm not missing anything else. This Napster mod is so helpful. I would be sitting here 20 minutes trying to make this shape.
Oh, Jay is commenting in chat. Hello, Jay.
Hey, Jay. Close to what is close to release? What you're talking about vintage engineering, like it's been out for a while.
Still getting.
I mean, it's not done. I mean, it's far from done, but it's perfectly functional.
Yeah.
I just did a bug fix release to supporters yesterday, fixing one of the reported bugs on the GitHub, and very satisfying. Fixing bugs on it. Okay, so that is all of the wire. So again, hearing. Oh. Stop with this. Why are you pulling?
Stop.
I think it's floating, which is why. Yeah, it's floating. That's why I'm thinking. Why it's floating, but. Okay. We have a little bit of wire. That's good. We have some copper rods for whatever reason. Okay, so the brass, let's see what kind of shenanigans I can get into here. Brass screws. That's good. And this is going to be another version of this. Now I hope there's enough metal bits in here. Oh yeah. Easy. Easy enough. Easily enough. Split. I'm using the manual split because it gives me bits back. Because I've got the metal recycling. So that's 16 ingots. Or 16 screws, rather. This would be a very challenging smithing operation to do without the mod. Because these screws are not connected together, it would be very difficult. Wow, I'm very glad I am. Because it would probably take 2 ingots. Just broke the other hand. This. We're going to need a few screws. We're going to need a few machines to do this. So this is why I'm doing this kind of slowly here. Slowly and methodically. Uno más. Yeah, vintage engineering, like, I'm pretty proud of it. For what it is already, like, it's by a very wide margin the biggest, most complex mod I've ever made. By far the biggest project I've ever worked on. There's so many moving parts. I think that's all I need. Let's check. LV generator. Machine block. That's fine. Fine. More screws. Yeah, I'm gonna need a lot of screws. Titanium, metal rod, tin bronze. Need ground. Some of these. I'm gonna let this one burn down. Too much pressure. All right, we got. Again, this is gonna be loud. The more things you throw into the water to cool, the louder. It's on. It is. Okay, brass screw, that's enough for quite a few, like 16 different crafts. That should be enough. Now we have some brass bits. Go in the metal bits. Metal bit. The wire tool, I think I need a...
Later, Jay.
Later. Have a good one. There's the wire tool. Alright. We have wire. A metal rod for copper. We have a wrench. Copper bits we can put away in copper bits. In bronze. Alright. Let's see. In bronze, we want... There they are. The rod. This would be very simple.
Hello, Aram.
Hi. How are you doing?
Hanging in there.
Eh. And yourself?
Still alive.
Yeah. Baseline.
Oh, I just woke up half an hour ago. Got a bunch of stuff done, and then realized, oh, it's Wednesday.
Yeah.
Well, doctors say that if you have an itch, oh, there's an update of 1.20.5. Are we updating?
Nope, we haven't updated.
Oh, good. Okay. So, here's the thing. It says, doctors say that if you have an itch, you shouldn't scratch it. But if that's true, then why is it that when you scratch, it feels so good?
Doctors say a lot of...
I think it's very contextual because there definitely are itches that you're not going to scratch.
Oh, yeah.
Poison ivy, for example.
Yeah. Measles.
Yeah.
Chicken pox. Because it just spreads it, yeah.
I thought chicken pox was because it's scarred, not because it's spread.
Yeah, because of scars.
It's scars.
Alright. Now we need... Iron plate. I'll show you why in a second. While those are heating up, I'm going to take a quick bio break. Good.
Okay. Yeah, I was doing something. I came in the other day and I started doing something. And it said storm on the way. And I was thinking, darn it! Hey, what happened to the
Yeah.
wood?
Are you in the new base or the old base?
Old base.
Okay, yeah. Well, check the new base, because that's where most of the wood is now.
Guess I gotta build myself a house, huh?
Don't need to, but if you want to.
Yeah, I probably should. Oh, somebody's got a nice house there.
That's the tavern.
The tavern.
Yep.
Huh.
Work in progress.
Alright, I gotta go do my running now, so I'll be back later on.
Alrighty.
Okay, later.
Catch
Alright.
us later.
We're going to need some.
Later.
We're going to need some die casts. So we're going to want a pipe gauge here.
Oh, food.
Let's see. We want to
Oh,
split.
that's right. I lost my bowl. So I take it the food is in the tavern now?
Tavern's a work in progress, so no. If you want a simple food, how hungry are you first?
Oh, I'm only 2 pips down. I'm okay.
Oh, okay.
I just
Then
like
yeah,
going
go
in.
into the food cellar, the temporary food cellar.
Yeah, I gotta make myself another bowl, I guess.
There's plenty of bowls around.
Are there? Okay.
Follow
I
me.
lost. Yeah, I lost mine in the vessel.
Yep.
One.
This one here. There should be 7 in there. Just grab one.
We're going to want screws. Well, let's see.
Ooh,
Nails and
pickled
strips would be
bacon.
nice. Plates. We're definitely going to want a plate.
There you go.
Right? Pipe. Plate. Trying to think here. Screws. Fluid pipe would do later. We're gonna need a metal rod. Now this metal rod is from Vintage Engineering. This is not the vanilla. I haven't quite got the recipes and stuff updated to the new version, which will include recipes for the industrial mixer, the pain of the sturdy leather that Renegade was talking about earlier. I can add recipes to the industrial mixer to basically make that much faster. So we're gonna need screws. So the metal rod was step 1. Screws is step 2.
Would it be easier for the mixer to just add all cooking recipes?
Cooking, yeah. See, cooking is the cooking system is very bizarre. It's one of the reasons why like my kiln doesn't bake bread and stuff like that, because it's a very like interesting system that he has. So just blanketly like, oh, all the cooking recipe is not that easy.
Okay.
Just so put some more of these, and again, audio. Now we have. Oh. And believe it or not, you can put these on a tool rack. I made a custom. Yeah, so they do work on a tool rack. So we have plate mold, and then a bunch of die cast. Now the plate mold, that's for the metal press. The die cast is for the extruder. So they're named different because of it. So they're different uses. So yeah, the plate mold here, this is for the metal press. And that gives you cheap plates. It's half the cost of normal. So very, very much worth it. And then the die cast, the metal rods lead into the screws. The pipes, right, give you pipes. It's the way to make pipes, so you want the pipes. And remember, these have durability, so they do get used up, depending on how big of a system. So we're gonna probably want a gear mold. You don't need HV gauge or MV gauge. Neither of those are used right now. So you don't need any of those. We probably want a saw blade. We probably want a gear mold. You notice that middle one doesn't have a border anymore. The middle one stays put. So just be careful when you're doing the gear mold, right? The middle one stays put. I could easily see how somebody would just blow through that and not see it. Saw blade. This is for the table saw. You could have probably made this with an ingot. Save yourself some bits, depending on what mods you have. May or may not cover it. There's the saw blade, done. Nails and strips are nice, but we have quite a few nails and strips right now, so I'm not too concerned with that. Metal rod we've got, plate we've got, MV we don't need. Here we just did. HV we don't need. LV gauge? Do I have an LV gauge? I don't. Okay, LV gauge it is. This will make more wire much faster and easier. So LV gauge is just your wire. Because braided wire uses a lot of actual.
Really?
Yeah, we're gonna use quite a bit. So we have gear mold, saw blade, LV gauge. Last one, I can do nails and strings. Nails and strings.
Oops. Wrap.
That rounds out all of the plates that we're the plates and the casts and all the things, right? So all the things that we're gonna need. Even the sawmill. It's a lot of iron. Okay. Now, first things first, we want the LB generator. Generator. Okay, and that is going to be a machine block in bronze. Three wire brass screws. So this can use all the different kinds of screws, but yeah, brass is what we do first. So the machine plate, right, uses screws. So we're gonna want we're gonna want 2, 3, 4 of these. This is why I made so many screws. 4, 4. Okay, and then 4. There is the machine block bronze. Now we do the LV motor, which needs 2 more. Plus 1 of the bronze. Plus 2 wire. These. Plus the wire. Now, all of the pieces. 4. Wire tool. Now, we're gonna want let's see. We want, in order to speed this up, I think we want the extruder first. The extruder is going to be needing steel screws. This is going to be because the extruder would allow us more freedom or basically batch craft. But I think we're going to need to heat things up in there first. We might need more brass screws. Let's look at the forge. So the electric forge trying to be very careful how much I make. So the electric forge heats things up. You could you could heat things up via the normal forge and just feed it into the machine. That's one way. It does the same thing. So maybe we can, until we get really situated, probably a good idea to manually heat things up first. So if we want the extruder gives us the ability to make metal rods automatically, as well as screws at a higher number, right? I think you get more screws per craft because you make them via rods, then you make screws. So you get, if you feed ingots, you get rods, and you heat the rods, you get screws at a higher number. So yeah, I think the extruder is going to be what we go for first, even though we've got, you know, a bunch of stuff for the metal press. And the metal press was the first machine that I actually got working. The metal press was the very first. So yeah, the die casts, they should just be called dies, but I couldn't name something dies because people would be like, "What is that?" But they're dies when you make the gauge of the wire. You do so via dies. So the extruder is going to be a spicy boy here. This is going to be a couple braided wire, which is this recipe, giving us 2 braided wire. So iron machine plate, yeah, we're going to need, how many screws are we going to need? Oh man, look at all that braided wire. Oh Jesus, this is going to be a really expensive machine to make. I should have asked for help. This is a lot of smithing. I should have prepped. Had I investigated last night, I should have prepped a bunch of stuff.
Uh-oh.
Because yeah, this is gonna need so much more HV wire or LV wire. Because yeah, the rotor is 4 braided wire plus iron rods. Looks like iron or steel, or just iron. Just iron. Oh no, there's steel. Yep. So that's 4. That's another 2. And that's another 4. So that's 10 braided wire to craft this thing. Plus this iron machine plate. And that's just for the motor. So it's 12 braided wire just for the extruder. And each one of those is 6 wire. And the wire, I need to somehow tweak this to show. Yeah. This code that adds stuff to the handbook, by the way, I didn't write this. This was a pull request by Blue Lightning. He injected that into the handbook code, and I haven't dug into that code base at all. So yeah, I'd like a little bit more information in here, like how many you get, like what if any die cast or mold, or there has to be a little bit more information for people. Otherwise, they're like, why doesn't it work? And it's like, yeah, you need to use die casts, right? You need to use these things. So we're gonna need a ton more wire. And then we're gonna need some steel for some screws. I have the steel on me. So that... You can kind of tell the difference. The die casts sit like that. The metal press plates sit like that. Kind of tell where they go. And the saw blade definitely knows what this does. I don't think this is... Oh, it is. It's like I didn't really anticipate people having a lot of these. Okay, I need to eat. Smithing is hungry work. Ooh, there's a pie.
Yeah, that'll probably more than fill you. One slice of that.
Oh yeah, big time. And it bumped my dairy up by like 300.
Yeah.
And I didn't even eat it all. Glorious. Okay, so copper, I'm going to try to do this as fast as possible and not worry about the metal bits. So we're going to do copper wire. And we're just going to go like this. Try as fast as I can. Because we have more than enough copper to deal with. I'm not worried about running out of. And you don't get metal bits from this process when you use. Copper wire.
Man, I just can't gain on the crimson maple seeds. The first tree gave me 2, the second tree gave me nothing, third tree gave me 2, or 1 now. So yeah, I'm just gonna
And
leave
you're taking out the leaves before you chop the tree.
Yep, with a shear.
Yeah, there's not a lot of leaf blocks, so it's
Yep.
Yeah, crimson maples are rare find, so
Yeah, so I'm just gonna save that 1 seed for now.
probably do that on purpose. I could make an uber crimson maple.
Yeah.
Crimson maple the size of one of those giant oaks.
Might get a seed that way.
Oh, you would get a lot of seeds that way. Put 4 in there.
Are you able to do that now, or would you have to tweak the mod for it?
Oh yeah, I would have to edit the mod
Okay.
because it's its own. It would be its own custom tree generator. Then you'd have to remap the script or the seed. The seed that you plant would have to be mapped to the new generator, upload to the server, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But it could be done pretty easy.
Oh, well, hello, bear.
highly advise this mod, by the way. Highly advise it. The smithing process is cool the first couple times you do it. And you're more than welcome to use it even with it. So, you can have at it. But, highly recommend using it.
Yeah, repeatedly doing the long way of smithing and stuff like that, it feels like there's no progress in the game.
Yeah, when there's no faster way of doing it ever. It's just like, okay, well, gotta smith something else. And it is cool. The fact that it works and it's functional and everything it's all good. Like, it's nice. Don't get me wrong. They did a great job on it. But, it does kind of wear a little bit over time. Okay. So, there's some more wire. Now, steel, the precious steel that we spent all week making. We have steel screws. And this I will use. I will want to get the metal bits off of this. So, whatever is left, I'm going to do manually. Ooh, we are going to need the metal press. I just realized we're going to need the metal press. Okay. Otherwise, it's going to cost us twice as much to make steel plates. And that would be bad.
Oh, yeah.
Fire by it. Steel screws. Yeah, this little pattern would be near impossible to do with one ingot. Because when you move the metal bits around, they need to be on other metal bits in order to work. So, be like that. That was bad.
Yeah, you'd have to be really precise to be able to do that without.
That would be hard. That would be a hard one to do.
Yeah.
Now, do I need steel rods? Can you look up metal rod, steel, a steel rod, not the rod of base game, but the rod of Vintage Engineering, and to see if it's used in a recipe that doesn't allow maybe an iron rod. Because there are some that I know you can use iron rods in place of steel. So, trying to discern if I need to make a steel rod set.
Okay, steel rod, no?
It's just, the name of it is metal rod, parentheses, steel. So it's...
Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay. I was trying to look for the added by Vintage Engineering, and I couldn't see it, but it was because it was on the next line. Okay. Sorry, and what was your question? I found it.
Is it used in a recipe that is exclusively steel, that doesn't allow iron? So if you let a recipe sit and cycle, you should see all of the available things that it can support. So I think there may be one or two things that is exclusive. But those are more advanced, like the blast.
Fluid tank steel.
Fluid tank steel, that makes sense.
And HV wire, I think.
HV wire is irrelevant. We don't need it. Metal rod iron.
And then, of course, steel screws. That's the only thing I see that are even under metal rod.
Okay, good.
Wow, I wandered a lot further from base than I thought.
Another set metal rods. Screw. We can eke out using a couple places for iron screws rather than steel. That would just help us immensely.
Okay, where's that pie?
In the main base.
Yeah. Which building in the main base?
Well, the main
Oh, you mean where everything's
buggy's
stored?
building. Yeah.
Everything's stored? Okay.
Yeah.
My base.
Your base.
Remember to use a knife on it.
Oh, yeah. Have a knife? Damn it, I don't have a knife. Hey. Oh, I do have a knife. Never mind. Forgot I had a flint knife.
All right, another audio check for everybody.
Leave. I was down to 3 pits and it filled me right up. Wow.
Yep.
That is a good pie.
Yeah, it's made from blue cheese. Well, half of it is blue cheese. I didn't mention that before. Because
The other half?
you need 8 slices of cheese to make a single cheese pie.
Oh, what's the other half?
Cheddar. That's the only other thing you can use.
Oh, that's
Pies
too
have
bad.
to be
That's too bad.
the same. You have to use vegetables with vegetables, meat with meat. You can't have
Oh.
a vegetable meat pie, for example.
Well, that's stupid.
Yeah.
Oh, I was like, Jesus, I couldn't. The steel screws. Okay, now that we have some more gubbins, we are going to need, now that I've remembered it, the metal press.
Ovens?
Let's see, press, metal press in here somewhere. Oh, there's a lot of stuff. Press it. Okay. I think this can be a tin bronze or not. Yep, a tin bronze. And also an iron block. So, iron block you can do 2 different ways. So we can go iron block with a thing like that. And then the press. Alright, make sure my thing like that. Hey, okay, now could make some more brass screws, but I'm trying to get through here. I need another one of these motors. Metal rod, tin bronze, I got those. This. There. to wire. There's the motor. Then I need 4 more of these. Do I have it? Ooh, I might not have any screws. I'm gonna need no brass screws. Four? Yep, I'm gonna need brass screws. Damn. Might as well do 2 sets. This process is not meant to be fast. I'm trying to fast track it, trying to do it all in one like cohesive unit, but it's not meant to be like a super fast process. You're supposed to, you know, work your way into it eventually.
Big payoff at the end, but you gotta go through the pain to get there.
Yes, the pain is real. Yeah. And then I mean, I could use any type of screw for this, but it's you want to you want to budget your materials. You know, you don't have an infinite amount of steel, for example. So, you know, if you're flush with steel, then more power to you. But yeah, it is. That away. Hammer. Okay. Go. And then brass again. I don't really need. Don't really need to save brass. Don't really need to save it. This brass screw. Somebody could easily take this.
Yeah, you want me to give you a hand on that stuff?
Well, for now, I'll try to pound out the rest of these.
That's what I forgot to do. Darn it.
But it would be nice. I really should have prepped a bunch of materials yesterday. I didn't even think about the volume that I was going to need. I was so focused on my big trees. So proud of my big trees.
I lost all that too. Oh well.
But yeah, if you want to craft one of those hammers, I'll do this stack.
Oh, that's another. Oh, look at the trees over there.
Make sure your magnet is on.
Such pretty trees.
You say craft another hammer? Just any hammer or a specific?
Well, yeah, any hammer would work.
Okay.
I need to keep
Oh,
the
I
one I
got-
have crafted.
Oh,
Yeah.
got all filled in.
And then what do you need me to?
Just a second.
Okay.
I need you to craft the rest of these brass. I'll need you to craft those into screws, but I need to finish these first. And then
I gotta build a house.
switch.
What is down?
Go. This is
Okay, so just take the brass and smelt these into screws.
Fort Smith.
Yep. Do we have a second pair of tongs?
Oh.
Thank you.
Wow.
Okay, what was I doing again? I was doing something. I was doing something important. Oh yeah. These into a machine block. Into a metal press. Make sure there's a brass screw. With the motor and the 2 braided wire, and there is a metal press. Look at that. An actual thing that we can use. There's a metal press. Let's do... Let me grab that and place it like this. So the back end is there. We're going to have a thing here. And I do have some relay bases ready to go. LV wire relay bases. Some glass. And we need to cut the glass in half. That's what you do.
Finally, I have a lantern. It took forever, but I got one.
And yeah, I did.
Oh,
So frustrating. I did move these. Right? So if I highlight those, do .tf edit. This value, it should be, if I go to GUI, the translation, for some reason, I've set this to -22 in the code, but for some reason it doesn't, it's not here. I don't know why it's ignoring that. Maybe there's a typo. I'll have to check it to see if there's a typo, because I checked it last night and it should have worked, but yeah, for some reason.
that's what went.
Let's move this out one. And put
Copy. Copy.
we take the wire, we say here to here, here to here. Oh, we need 3 wires. Boink. It's like, and I use a relay because the relay, you can have more than one connection. Or yeah, these you can only have one connection, right? The relays can have more than one, so I can stretch this. And then we can say, okay, we need to give you some power. And that kicks that on. And this should be getting power. Why is this not getting power? Oh, I know why. Yeah, there's a bug. Yeah, there's a bug right now. And it only happens, right? It only happens the very first time you connect something. It never appears. Once you have the connection, the bug disappears completely. So it's like the very first time you connect, the very first thing you connect, for some reason, it doesn't hit the ID. It doesn't assign the ID. But as soon as you wire something, then it's fine. Then no matter what you wire. So the bug appears exactly once in a world and never appears again. And it's like, that is a very hard bug to track down when it only happens once in a world. So anyway, now that we have the metal press, I can grab the metal plate mold, and we can put the mold in here. I should, wish I could figure out the shift click thing. Right? Now, if we put a steel ingot in, input not hot enough. Right? Input not hot enough. They need to be hot in order to work in this thing. So yeah, that is a requirement. A heated ingot is a requirement. So I want 4 of these. Now I could make an electric forge and heat them up with that. But again, the electric forge is another set of, it's another iron block, it's another couple braided wire, it's another motor, it's a lot more materials. And you can do the same thing with this, you just have to do it manually. And I'm gonna need the tongs. Do you have the tongs?
It's back on the rack. Where do you want the screws and bits?
The bits go in the metal bits, and the screws go to me.
Okay. Ended up with 64.
Yep.
And I didn't seem to get all of the bits. Well, I was expecting to get 12 per, and I've got a total of 23 out
You don't get a bit for every voxel you remove. Far from it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's random chance and diminishing return. But the metal bits go up this chance.
Oh, up there. Okay.
Metal bits.
I was looking down at the ground.
All right, so these, once they hit temperature,
They're not stacking with the rest because they're not cold, so I'll fix that quick.
and you get a random amount of steel bits back. Part of the recipe. All right, so the steel plate, right, comes out hot. And I don't think we need it hot, but we're going to need machine plates. So it doesn't really matter at this point. So now we want this. I need to use the bathroom. Too much coffee.
He's not even in the game.
Yeah, it always happens when I'm concentrating on something. Like, it's just like, I go from, I need to use the bathroom to, oh, you better go to the bathroom right very quickly. Okay, so this is going to be, I'm going to have to really manage this somehow. I need a total of 10 braided wire. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 10 braided wire for that. And then I need 2 more. Do I have enough? I'm going to need some more copper wire. Um, might be the last smithing operation. This might cross the chunk boundary, which would be a good test of the system. But there's a reason why I'm building it near the forges, because I'm going to need hot metal. You know, I'm going to need the material to be hot in order to work. I don't know. I don't know if I can put metal rods on. Can I put metal rods on here? Check. I can't. I might need to. I might have to make the electric forge because I can't heat up.
Okay, I'm back. I have to get myself a cup of coffee.
Electric forge.
Okay. Oh. Oh, that's right. I need to go find a spot for my place. Oh, there is another road going another way. Oh, no, it's part of an entrance. Wow.
Yeah, before you carve out a huge area, you know, definitely say, "Hey, is this a good spot?" Because
Yep, I know. I'm...
Yeah, I have no idea how much room the tavern is going to take.
Yeah. Well, I can see a building right there. Right where that pillar is in the distance. I think you want me to build that big.
don't build big, please. Don't build big
Okay.
because you'll never finish it. Build small. That way, there's a higher chance that you'll actually finish it.
Okay, how are you doing this road? That's my question. And actually, the only reason why I didn't finish is because stuff was happening in real life. I couldn't, like...
Well, yeah, that's one of the reasons why you don't build big is if you don't know if you're gonna have the time to finish something that big. So build a nice little quiet little cottage somewhere, and it's far more likely you'd be able to have the time to decorate it, make it look pretty, and all that kind of stuff.
Okay, so I'll start with a cottage first, and then I'll do the tower in the back second. Not tower. Sorry, not tower. Like mill tower. That's what I wanted to say. Mill tower, not tower. Mill tower. But didn't you say the other session that you wanted everybody to stay along this road?
Well, I wanted to feel like a little village. That's the whole point of the road. It's
yeah.
supposed to feel like a little village.
Holy crap! Holy! When I saw the image on Discord, I'm like, no.
It doesn't do it justice, no. It doesn't do it
Holy! That is a tree.
justice. Yep.
My God!
so yeah,
what did you do?
the kind of plan is to have an arena. So the big build for this is going to be, for one, I'm going to need a spot to plop down the cathedral. I definitely want that on. But we need to get bricklayers in the mod pack. So if you want to, like, you could go, because these trees, I mean, these trees are not permanent. We can cut these trees down. It depends on like how, like where you want it, how much room you're gonna need. So you can go on this side, center your building about right here. You want to give, you know, decent amount of space between buildings for decorations.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Or if you want
No, I
to
like
do a
the
lot
hill.
of fill in, you could go the sideways here and build basically fill all this water in. This water is kind of,
Yeah, I want to keep the water. I like the water. I like the water.
but yeah, going over here, flattening this out, clearing this, you know, it'd be a chore, but part of the building process.
Oh, yeah, I got it. Just gotta get the right.
I build the size that I build because basically that's the warehouse of all the things and stuff.
Okay. Also gives me a chance to get rid of a lot of the flint stuff that I have, the flint tools.
Square. Okay, so there is the wire for the extruder.
Oh, that's what I need. Okay.
Do this machine block extruder.
Now, if I put my stuff in a vessel, will you kill it? Again?
No.
Okay, good. There is the one mold that I forgot to do. I forgot to make a saw mold.
Right click. There we go. Motor. I need an iron plate. Which is this. Where's my iron screw? There. There. Two of those. There we go. Now we have two more of those. Machine block. The wire cutters. Steel screw, and bingo! Extruder extraordinary. Just like that.
Ordinary extruder.
Extraordinary extruder. God, these things do not cool off very fast. Jesus. Let's just cool those off, please. Thank you. Alright, then we connect this to there. This should be getting power. Good, good, good. Now we can make, using the gauge, right? We use these. And that defines how we go forward. Whew, that was a lot of things to manage. That was a lot of crafting. This is I redid this model. This is a QP Tech model. Most of everything is QP. Quentin basically stopped. He gave me permission to take it over. So, yeah, I customized this model to look a little better. So it's glorious and awesome. So the big push to get all of this stuff going is to make the blast furnace. Okay? Because this would allow us to make more steel. And this is going to need a machine block, right? So we're going to need another 4 steel there for that machine block for the blast furnace. Blast furnace. Okay. So we're going to need the machine block for the blast furnace. And we're going to need 2 blowers. Okay, 2 blowers. And the blowers also are going to need a bunch of machine blocks. So we're going to need these in plates. Probably going to need more screws. So let's get these. I know for a fact we're going to need these. These away like this. This is using quite a lot of charcoal, but that's okay. Charcoal is infinitely renewable. So I'm trying to be very careful. I want die cast screws, which is, it's weird how it's up. I think it's there. That's LV. There. Oh, there. Die cast screws. So you put the gauge in there, and it kind of shows it there. That was fun, by the way, getting these things to render in there. But we're trying to get plates, and then we need screws. So iron screws. So let's look at steel screws are made with a metal rod, steel rods, which I think is this one. Yep. So we need to take this and replace it with the rods. And let's put these in here. Okay. And the metal rods, right, are made from smithing ingots themselves. So we can take maybe 2 ingots of steel. I want to be careful with how many of these I use. There's 8. There's some more steel bits. The recovery of steel bits is important because it gives you a little bit of extra steel to work with. So these 4 I need into plates as well. So we do this, that. Eight. Now, in order to craft, we only have 8 left, which is not enough. We need some more steel screws, which is what these are for. We're over here. Because again, these need to be hot before they go in. So they need to be heated up. So there's another 4 of these. With some more lovely bits. And we take these and go in here. That's the rods. So we take these. No valid recipe. Excuse me? Excuse me? What in the world? Die cast metal rod. How is this not right? Yeah, extrudes into, that doesn't matter. Created by extruding ingot in the extruder. Steel. Steel ingot. In machine. Are they just, is it not hot enough? No, it's not it. You can eat again. Jesus. I'm at a loss. Let me check the files really quick. This is bothering me. Why this is not working. Recipes. VE extruder. Metal rods. Requires durability. Requires stem. That's why. Shit. Okay. Believe it or not, I need a tougher die cast. Need a steel. Let's see, metal rod. I need a steel, meteorite iron, or titanium die cast for this. I think we're gonna try to make a titanium version really quick. We're going to grab some ilmenite. We're going to cut this down to 2 ingots. And smelt. Melt this down. We're gonna need some coke for this. Not much. Two ingots is not gonna break the bank here for coke. It's when you do a lot that it takes a while. Because it's basically additive. It it adds the craft time of what's in the crucible together. So while a single ingot might melt in, say, 30 seconds, 2 ingots make that a minute, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We can go on and on and on. So a single ingot shouldn't be too bad. Machine plate. Yeah, I completely forgot. So the error message I need to be more explanatory with the error message there. So the logic, yeah, I'm gonna have to add a bunch more logic in there to look at, like, looking at the mold and looking at what the input is and being like, okay, that's gonna be some complex logic. Because you have to look at the mold and say, okay, this is a metal rod mold. Is there a recipe, even though I don't find one? Is there a recipe that is valid in all the recipes, but maybe has a different mold or a different die cast? And then basically, like, having the error be like, you need a tougher die, or some error that's like invalid die cast or something like that. Or invalid, yeah. I don't know. What could you? It would have to be something. Yeah, it would have to be something like close but no cigar. I don't know what you would call it. That was a quick and dirty. Now I wonder if making the screws. Let me check the screws. Okay, so the screws are whatever. The iron die cast will work. Or the screws, just well, that's good. I want this to. Take a hot minute for that to cool off. Take a hot 5 minutes. It's a hard-coded 5 minutes for that to cool off, by the way. So it really doesn't matter. We have more steel. I'm not concerned really about running out of steel. It's just frustrating. I didn't anticipate. Can't really sleep really quick. So I think we had, while we wait for that to cool, enough. What's funny, we have to let it cool, solidify, and then we have to heat it up again, and then we can smith it. So it's like, yeah.
Hurry up and wait.
Yeah. So we can make the blast furnace. The blast furnace, it's a spicy guy because it uses quite a lot of power. You know, one LV generator is not going to cut it. Blast furnace, I think, is probably the most power hungry thing in the game, or the thing in LV. The LV2. I mean, it's rough, but it can literally craft steel or blister steel. It directly crafts blister steel. You know, every 30 seconds. So it's fast compared to the 5-day in-game day waiting period for that, which you can cheese. Like, all you need to do for that is like get it up, get it set up, get it heated, get it fueled, start it, and then sleep in your 9.5-hour bed. Get up the next day, fill it back up, go out, do some mining, because mining like makes your character tired, right? Because you can't sleep one like right after another. It'll tell you like you're not tired, So you have to do something. So you make yourself tired, you refuel it, you go back to sleep again, and then you repeat that, and you can, in a matter of 2 hours, get a batch of steel done. But it takes a lot of like sleeping, a lot of stuff and things, a lot of planning. And this is taking sweet. I need to put the glass back. Need it. Should form a habit of don't put the empty one back. Empty one does not go in there. Steel screw. Yeah, see, we don't have enough steel screws, but I can probably craft the blast furnace while I wait. That's the kiln.
Scared the hell out of me, man.
Blast furnace. That's going to require refractory bricks. Tier 3. Explicitly tier 3. Which we could make. That's a lot of them. Wow. 4, 8, 12, 16. That's going to require 64 tier 3s.
Wow. Got a lot of space up there, buddy.
64 tier 3s. That is going to be four stacks of bricks. 256 bricks. So, the reason why I haven't been crushing this stuff, I wonder if he has any chromite left. You need higher level pulverizer caps in order to get this stuff made. So I think what I'm going to do with these two, while we still wait for this, is make a steel pulverizer cap. Or pounder cap. I was hoping not to have to make one of these, but looks like I'm gonna have to. Okay. amount of...
Do you have an empty crock over there?
We have a couple. If you check your stuff for os chest.
Ah, alright.
Okay, so put those in there. Iron powder caps. We don't need anymore. Put in these. These and these. And all of that.
Not that one. Okay. Start it. Make sure my magnet is off.
Oh, I'm not sure if I mentioned it when it happened. Thatch came in again.
Yeah, that should be relatively fast. On purpose.
Yeah. Okay.
Pretty
Oh, it is
decently. Pretty decent. Right, so yeah, the iron pounder caps we can actually use in the crusher. So those won't go to waste. Those aside. But while we wait, this should be sort of close. Hardened, yes. Put that in there. Funny, you harden it and then heat it back up. So, if anybody's wondering like what the workable temperature is, workable temperature, the way the game, it just hard codes it. So universally, the workable temperature for a smithing is half the smelting temperature. Just if it's over half the smelting temperature, right? If you look at something and you say smelting temperature 1502, right? Half of that is what it needs to be in order to work it on a smith or on across the board. Which is why no matter what you put in the forge, it heats it up to 1100 degrees because there's nothing in the game, I don't think, that is over 2200 degrees. So, or even approaching. So the titanium here is pretty high. Okay, and then we need, this needs to be rods. I want to make sure. Oh, it needs to be on a tier 5 anvil. Oh, no.
Shoot.
No. Oh, my God. Anvil. How do I know? It doesn't tell me what tier anvil it is. I'm guessing it just has to be a steel anvil. God. That's 9 ingots.
I didn't make the rules, you did.
Well, yeah. Needing a higher tier anvil just to smithing titanium. Man, I don't want to have to make a fucking steel anvil. I'd love to know what tier the meteorite iron one is, but I doubt it's higher. I doubt it's higher. I wish it told me. Why doesn't it tell me what tier it is? Right? There's no indication in this UI what tier anvil. Like what?
Even look like.
God dang it. Well, kiss goodbye, 9 ingots of steel. Well, I'm glad I made another batch.
Yeah. One of those better safe than sorry situations.
Where's my anvil mo? Did I grab my anvil mo?
It should be in there.
Thought I
Okay,
left
get
it
moved
in
to
the
chest,
old
maybe.
base.
Yeah, that's... Last I saw, that's where it was.
It'll still be there.
Yeah, I moved it right here. I'll check these chests just in case it got put away in one of these.
Uh, okay. Weird.
All burnt up in the soil.
Is it possible that Renegade thought he might need it for something?
You can check his house and his basement.
I hate to do the whole blame Renegade thing. Yeah, here it is.
I hate to do it, but there it is.
Yeah.
That's
Like
funny.
Renegade.
Yeah, I didn't notice he's making a fairly extensive underground. It's got three levels, the base level and 2 below.
God, that's a lot of steel. That is so much effing steel. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is 1,500 degrees. So I'm going to do 1 charcoal, and that'll heat it up to 1,300. And we have to do the rest with coke.
Wow, he's like holding out on us and everything. I kid. He's just got an independent base. Nothing wrong with that.
It. Silly, stupid animal. Oh, you could. Yeah. Iron chisel. Over. Yeah. Does it have to be like a perfectly fresh chisel?
Suppose that's possible. Maybe it gets consumed, so it needs to be full. Seems strange, but
It does. It consumes
Weird.
the entire chisel and only gives you 8 ingots back. So, boo. Wow, it uses all 2,000 durability to break up that anvil into ingots, and you lose a grand total of 2 ingots worth of iron.
oof.
Okay. Well, this is going to be paused for a bit because reasons. Let's go check, make sure my magnet's off. We'll check the armor. Oh, come on. Don't slow down on me now. No. One benefit from being in such a stormy biome. Um, Constant wind. And now, of course. Well, we have lots of ilmenite. Four. Extra. Good thing I found some more fire clay in my travels.
Yeah?
Okay, this has started crafting.
Oh, good. One of these maples is a little bit larger than the rest. That should be plenty of seeds. Just wish it would have done that with the crimson.
Yeah, it's funny. The maple seeds have custom animation when they fall. They actually spin.
Oh, yeah.
They spin to the ground like normal maple seeds. There's a bunch of code in there that makes it.
It's a little thing, but it's neat. I'm sure it doesn't, impact performance very much. Negligibly.
Indubitably.
Yes.
All right, halfway there. Let's go get. Nope. So yeah, I want to convert once I get the all the stuff ready to go with the blast furnace. Then we don't need this anymore. So then I would basically build the kiln. Because we do have quite a few tier 2s left. It'd be nice to get the kiln up and running, although I'm not sure how to do the. We're gonna need like 3 of those grates. I might need to fire up some more iron. Just doing some fuel. That's good. Electric forge is mainly iron based. Might be able to pop this one out.
Nope.
Because I'm gonna need the electric forge in order to heat up these contra bronze. Although I think you do need them heated up. Oh. cold steel. Here we go. This hurts. This is a painful amount of steel.
Yep, that would have been a lot of tools.
Yeah, that's 9 World Eater right there.
Yep.
That's painful. Requiring that, but you know, it is what it is. Vintage engineering is not meant to be an early game or even a mid game mod. It's meant to be an end game mod. So, you know, the fact that I've got another set of steel ingots, or they're technically blister steel, but I can turn those into steel. So now we gotta wait for this to cool.
Which way is south? That way is south.
So, and we got lots and lots of things going. Let's go check the pounder.
We've got a side.
Come on. You can do it.
Side entrance.
Ports. Much. Not much.
This. That one. There's stairs.
Okay. 28 plus 60.
192, I think.
Oh man, why when I did this did the wind decide, you know what? I'm not gonna blow anymore.
Yeah.
It's been super windy this whole game, and as soon as I put stuff in the pulverizer, it's like, no.
Yeah, 128 plus 64 is 192.
Excellent. Okay, so we have a little bit of time left. Yeah,
Double doors there.
to these, and we're gonna need to fire.
No stairs there.
Let's see, 256. Pit kill. That's a lot of pit kills. Why I have this area down here ready to go.
No, I don't want to do it that way.
Oh. least fire everything once we're done. I did move all the pit kiln based stuff over. Grass and peat. The steaks are over there. Steak.
Not much to look at to the west.
Wow. What would the crusher take? Rush. Ooh. Yeah, the crusher would take an MV motor. That's a rough one. I mean, it's a bunch of wire, but again, we don't have... I mean, I could make wire, for sure. I could make wire with this setup. I would have to start from... I'd have to heat up the copper ingots, put them through here. It should spit out hot copper rods. It should. I'm pretty sure it should. I'm not 100%. Use the restroom again.
Damn it. Working. Nope, right there.
Now. Come on, anvil. Let's go. Cool it all.
Okay.
Why? Of all of the days, not to have any wind. It's been windy for so long. And it's just like, just died.
Yup. Always when you need it.
It's amazing. Like, how and I do plan on having like an electrical to mechanical and mechanical to electrical system. I do plan on that. It's just going to take learning the system. 'Cause, man, it's not,
Yep, it's
not straightforward.
not a tomorrow project.
More. Right there.
So do something.
We have tons of meteoric arrows, so we can start just pretty much just lava killing all the iron and meteoric from now on.
Yeah, I wish there was a way to recover
Yeah.
meteoric iron from those. Why do I have a single crusher? Do I have?
Oh, more pie.
Yeah, there should be a vegetable pie in there too if he broke that one out.
Yummy.
Should be going to the tavern.
Yeah.
That's the point of the tavern, is to offer food. Oz just keeps me stocked over here. So, like, focused on stuff.
Now here's a question. I'm gonna.
Eating all my food.
Yeah, it'd probably be a good idea for you to go to the storehouse for the food. I'll head there so you can find it easy, Arm.
Okay. That's where I'm going. The storehouse.
No, you're
stockhouse.
going to my house.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
going.
the pantry, the food
Oh.
cellar.
Oh, I'm going to your house.
Technically, the food cellar.
Okay.
I'm
That's
there right now.
fine.
If you want to kind of lock in on me.
Okay. Hang on.
Are you gonna move the cellar? Like,
Yes. But I gotta get more progress on the tavern.
finally, we have a steel anvil. Okay.
Oh,
Oh, that's gonna be spicy. A
yeah.
heavy storm this time.
I don't have any armor.
Yeah, if you're doing any fighting, you might want to get some, but I mean,
I'm gonna
so far you
die.
haven't really been.
I'm gonna die.
Well, when you're looking for the food cellar, just find the ladder that's near the old cooking area.
Find the ladder with the old cooking area.
Where the old
Oh,
pit
there you
was
go.
set up.
Yeah, you should be able to see it there. It's right in front of the animal cages, the animal pens up there. Two of the animal
Excuse
pens,
me.
I suppose I should say. What's up?
The
Not able to
steel
smith?
anvil is a tier 4. This says it needs
Ooh.
a tier 5. What in God's name is a tier 5 anvil?
Titanium?
Oh, the ladder. There it is.
There isn't a tier 5 anvil.
Ooh.
Okay.
I'm bringing up the wiki.
Meteoric. I don't think the meteoric iron anvil would be tier 5.
Nope, that one's tier 3. Same as the iron.
So how are you supposed to... Okay. Let me...
Anything to hear?
Add tier 5 anvil.
Nope.
Okay. So this is unfortunate.
That is not.
I now have a titanium plate. Nothing to do with it. Put it away. Don't think about it.
Okay. On the Vintage Story wiki, there's no need to craft steel anvils at this time, as there are no tier 5 metals in the game. Oh, I misread that initially.
Okay, it's down there.
What the hell?
Yeah, well, titanium in the game is not used in a metal form. It's used in crushed form, right? To make the brick. So, yeah, the fact is that, yeah, I make titanium-based stuff, but there's not an anvil that you can use to smith it. That's the
Yeah.
problem. But whatever. It is what it is. I wrote a note to myself, make a tier 5 anvil. And it's just a simple patch. It's just adding, right? It's just adding to the mold. You know, it's adding a variant to the anvil type of titanium. And it's adding, you know, the titanium anvil type, making it a
Ooh,
tier
I
5
like that.
and allowing that. So it's just a patch that I have to do with it.
Yeah, there's no actual sound coming through
Oh.
right now.
Yeah, it's just a pain. But you know, it is what it is. This is why we do this, so we can test this stuff to make sure
Yeah.
everything is good. So we're gonna grab this and go here.
I kind of forgot in the vanilla you can't make a iron or steel anvils in the iron or meteoric iron anvils in the base or the mold. You have to actually smith them.
Gonna make the metal
Does
rod.
this work? Does good. Okay. Arum, I'll try to keep the tavern, keep some stuff out on the tavern for you. Try and make it look.
Sorry about that. I had
used.
my mic off.
No worries.
Thank you.
And we're gonna do just in case.
The tavern has a rooster.
The countertop here. This must be new because I don't think you used to be able to do this. You can place a pie on oak planks and cut it there. I think it used to be that you had to place it on a table.
Interesting.
No. Don't have enough bits. Don't have enough bits.
No.
Oh, my floor plan.
Oh, that's a waste. That's a huge waste.
Will you be able to hold the incomplete thing and finish it later?
No, I just converted it to steel bits.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't waste it. It just doesn't finish it.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, as I was doing this, it's funny. I did all of this to try to save, steel, and ended up using way more steel because of that damn anvil, and it's not even the right kind of anvil.
Yeah.
So yeah, don't use that. Okay, so I'm gonna take two.
Nope, wrong place.
Okay, so these in here, die-cast metal rod, steel should work. Funny, it's still hot. Which then we can get the rods, and if the rods are not hot coming out of this, Then we're gonna then we're gonna be forced to make the kiln or the electric forge. Just so much going on. All at once. I'm very glad. Away.
I ran out of dirt.
So we can take these hot steel.
Going now? Yeah. Okay. I need more dirt.
Mining dirt. Go off somewhere in some direction.
Yep.
Okay, good. It is hot. We're going to take this. Use. This should be heating up pretty well. Wait, what just happened? Everything just stopped.
I'm still moving around.
No, I'm good.
Strange.
Vintage Story is not responding. Did it crash?
That would be my guess. Looks like you've got an interface open.
Why would it crash?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, you got
Yeah, I just
you got
closed
booted now.
it. Let's look at close this. Open this.
Do you want me to like look at the machine?
I need to look at the log file to see what the hell just happened.
Okay.
Client, not chat, client main. My computer just that shitty now. Like, I'm sitting at almost 9 gigs of RAM used.
Wow.
And Vintage Story is not even running. Like, seriously, computer? Like,
Yeah, it's obscene what Windows takes now.
Yep, it is. Even with like all the updates and everything like that, it's just crazy.
there's no obvious. There's no log in there. You guys are still connected just fine?
Yep.
I'm looking from the outside and I can see the extruder processing, crafting.
This makes no sense.
Guess I should find a place to hide.
Yeah, there's not even a crash. It's just like it just stopped.
Huh.
Weird.
Um,
And you got a really good graphics card, don't you?
well, I wouldn't say it's a 3060. Like it's not a.
Yeah, but you know, the 3060 is what was recommended for Fallout 4, the special DLC for it. For for Salem. You know, with all the rays and everything like that, right? So that's weird.
Okay, so I got a massive dump of exceptions from the magnet.
Oh,
No ref exceptions for magnets.
I don't know if you mean to have it up, but you have the spire on the side of your window
Yeah,
there.
I thought it was a blocker. I thought fucking thing was a blocker, but I changed
Oh.
the blocker image to be that
Ah.
spire. Yeah, there's still magnet. Who has their magnet on?
I know
don't
mine's
know.
on. I'll switch it
I-
off now.
I don't have one.
For some reason, I'm getting spammed even after Player Buggy left. I'm getting spammed. No ref exceptions on the torque magnet.
Okay. Even now? Because I've
Well,
got it off.
it stopped, but I was getting them after my character
After
was booted, so something was doing it. It looks like it stopped, but I want to mark. This. Copy. Close.
Oh, I found copper.
I can't pay. I copied it. Okay, well, it's in the log file. Log on
Ooh.
server.
The storm is imminent. Should we two pop out until you're ready?
I'm joining back in. I'm
Okay.
coming back.
I figured you would eventually. I just wasn't sure if it was right
Can
now.
I pop out?
If you want.
I can't.
It's up to you. It's probably going to be a pretty brutal one, so.
Yeah, I'm gonna pop out. You guys can let me know when it's done. I can do a bio break.
Alright.
Why do they time this freaking storms to nighttime? Every single storm has been on night.
Yeah. Well, the first 2 or 3, I think, were in the morning. Or, well, daytime. But yeah, everyone since then has now been at night. Jeez.
Can't see shit.
Yeah.
Right. So barely makes a difference. One of these days, I'll get the arena at least started.
Yeah.
Let me get.
Doesn't even really need to be pretty for us to make use of it right away.
Yeah, it just needs to be big and lit.
Yep.
Which is where that leather comes in. Renegades will work on. The creative light blocks. Big time.
This is weird. I'm not seeing many enemies at all.
Yeah, the issue is right now, like underground, they're spawning like crazy. And the fact that they like run away, I don't know, like as far as the legit logic of these things, like they'll spawn in, turn around, and then run away. Like, it's weird. It's almost like it's almost like they do the opposite, right? There's like a weird bug with their AI that just turns around and it's just like it goes the wrong way. 'Cause yeah, a drifter will spawn in, like right in front of you, turn around, and then walk away. Like it kind of defeats the point of the storm if you're just gonna spawn and run away. Like, but they spawn in waves. The shivers seem to do a good job of targeting. Even those guys run away.
As for them running away occasionally, that makes a little bit of sense. You know, keep some unpredictability in there, keep you on your toes. But yeah, it seems way too frequent. I see something light in the distance. I'm curious what it is. Oh, that's Arm's character. Or, well, a ghost of Arm.
I'm trying to stick to the lighted areas. Lit areas, just so people know.
Yeah.
See the bending and the twisting of the landscape. Glitch. Storm.
Oh, got a couple.
Oh. Ow. All those shivers are fast.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't want to jinx it. But I was noticing the same.
Yeah, that magnet exception is one that and the reason why I wasn't crashing hard is I have there should be something in there to catch that, but apparently it wasn't. For some reason it wasn't catching.
There's a shiver. Oof.
better. Oh, you didn't even give me a thingy.
Really? Thought those were guaranteed. But that was a few
Not
versions.
guaranteed. They're exceptionally likely.
Okay.
There is a minute chance.
Yeah, there he is. Tavern. Oh, behind you.
Ow. There.
This has been a rough one. Oh, another one. Jeez. Behind you.
This is a long storm.
Yeah. It's actually, first thing there, I thought it might be getting bright out.
One of the reasons why it feels like there's no creatures is because we killed them so fast. We had like iron falxes. Like we would not be killing these things really as fast. It would be much different.
Yeah,
Is it over?
getting close. It gave the waning announcement, and it doesn't last much longer than that, after that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to work on armor.
Ow! What? Why did that guy despawn?
Huh.
The drifter smacked me, I turned around, and he just disappeared.
Oh, that
Didn't
sucks.
run.
Oh,
Oof. I can see.
wow.
Do you have throwing rocks turned off, or can they still throw rocks?
Drifters, no, they don't. I have.
He's got a mod that disables that, I think.
Mhm.
One of my mods I added.
Cool. I hate it when they added that. They already hit hard enough.
I didn't get any temporal gears.
Well, that sucks.
That's 6.
Wow.
That's where they all went.
Apparently.
Buggy got them all.
Yeah. We are clear now, so you can lock back in.
Yay!
Yep, my relays. I do not know why.
Strange.
One diamond.
Nice.
Those are good.
Yep, diamonds are good.
Alright, I gotta log for a little while here.
You can do.
Now I can get back to what I was doing. Let's grab the screws. 256 screws. And 2 ingots. That's pretty darn good. That beats the 32 that we would have gotten doing it manually. Okay, so... Oh, they're still... Of course. Ooh, that was loud. Sorry about that. Oh my god. Really? You're gonna... I thought that was off. Ah, really. Okay. In here? Okay. Now, use 8. I have one more. Still plate. Blowers. We're gonna need so many. Oh, so many. Okay, so now we look at this. This is screws. Can we put this in? So the fact that it says no recipe found, the reason for that is these need to be hot. I'm pretty sure. Actually, no, that's the wrong. That's a copper. We're gonna take this away. I still haven't figured out how to shift click stuff into this inventory. I honestly don't know. Input not hot enough. So you can see I can't craft them because they're not hot, and I can't heat them up. Maybe, let's see. I maybe could do it in here. No, can't do it in here. So I have to use the electric forge. Um, out of sorts now. That storm really messed up the concentration of what the flow that I was going through to try to get this all to work. Okay, let's do that. Play. Why do I have crushed bauxite? I could please. I need to edit. I absolutely need to edit. In some way to indicate when it's on or off. It's like, I don't know how, I wouldn't know how to do it, but something on the screen, there would be a little icon or something. That's what I want to do. I have no idea. There. Quartz.
Not enough grass? What, you need more straw?
You don't pay when I'm talking like that. I'm usually talking to the audience.
Okay,
So-
I'm sorry. Shutting up.
Food break. There. There we go. I wish there was an instant way of like this. Oh, what? How many can you fire in a beehive? I would hope that you could do like, since it's a 3x3x3 volume inside, I would hope that you could do 3x3x3 bricks, which would be a decent amount of brick. Just have to hope that it doesn't rain. Some of these are exposed to the sky. That's starting. Oh, I hope that's if not. Cheese pie. Whew, look at that dairy. I wonder if the bug still exists when you pick up the last piece. It doesn't give you any nutrition. I've been hesitant to test it because I want to eat the stuff and I don't want to waste it. But I would guess that the bug still exists. That's my guess. What was I doing? I was doing something important. We're working on the blast furnace and, as such, the blowers, air blowers. We've got the machine block done. We've got the screws, I think, done. 3, 6, 9, 12. Yeah, we have many, many, many of the screws, which is good. we have the machine blocks, so 2 of these for that. We're going to need 2 more motors, which is going to need a huge amount. I think we probably want to make some more iron screws. We're going to need some more iron plate. So let's cook up. Let's get rid of this. I would like to cook up enough. Let's do the metal rod. Okay. And then steel, iron. Do that. Now let's think about this. We're going to need copper wire. Okay. It's so much better to do this with an electric cord, but oh, you get mad. Tongs here, ready to go. So, I believe if we look at the wire, yeah. So, the rods here we can pop out all the iron, and then the copper, all at once, and then we want LV gauge for the copper, and we want which one is in the metal rod? I have a metal rod there. So let's put that up here. Screws is down here. So we want the iron. First we want all the rods. And then we want the iron for the screws for the iron. And then the LV gauge for the copper. And that should give us quite a lot of wire. I'm hoping it gives us like all of the wire. And then these copper rods, I don't think. Yeah. Okay, so put those in my top pan. Those can go in here. Okay. This got plenty of fuel left. So this is chewing through 100 power per second, and this is producing 100. So, yeah. It's, spicy. These should, yeah, these are plenty hot.
Can I interject with a silly question?
Sure.
How do I use the prospecting pick again?
Prospecting pick has 2 modes.
Yep.
Depends on how you want to find stuff. So
Yep.
I prefer, instead of the one mode looks like a rock, and that's the mode I prefer. The one that looks
Yep.
like a rock. And that searches when you break a piece of stone.
Oh, you gotta break a piece of stone with the prospecting pick.
Yeah, you break a piece of stone,
Oh.
and that's what triggers the report. Die cast screws. Where's my... What? Metal rod in extruder. Metal... Oh, those are copper. I was like, what is going on? Why isn't this working?
Thank you.
And that'll give you, that reports any ore in a 6x6 or a 6 radius of the blocking break. So it's a 13 by 13 by 13 cube around that block is what it reports. It doesn't tell you where, but it tells you what ore is around. So it's kind of up to you to kind of hunt around and find it.
Yeah. Got it.
So So another audio warning, everybody. Be loud. Two screws per rod. This is why I was kind of beelining for this tool, because it is way better in terms of like 1538. So divide that by 2. Plus really hoping it finishes. I probably have enough now to finish. Another audio warning. This one's going to be really try to back away fast. Should be it for that. The pit kiln should be done. Holding control by There we go. Oh, there's a dead rabbit.
Hmm.
Oof.
A lot of fire going on. Okay, so mortar, brick. Four. 64. Right? Yeah, they were. I need. I could make. Okay, they were not right. They were double what I needed. But, you know, I have enough refractory bricks now to make another blast furnace if I really want to. So the blast furnace, let's get this guy built. This is going to be a little bit spicier of the build. Stupid relay. I swear to God, the transform on these is right. But for some reason, it's just not. The game is just not taking it. I don't know why. Take this, stretch it up there. And blast furnace itself. Right. This is the first block that I made to try to standardize the inputs and outputs. So blue, I also tried to take the take a page from the Minecraft standard. Blue is input, orange is output, right? So anyway, this doesn't take words. This itself doesn't take power, right? This takes fuel. The things that take power are the blowers. So let's work on those because this is going to be a process. All right. So we need 2 MV motors, which means we're going to need a ton. We're going to need 20. Rated fire. There's 10. Motor? And if anybody's curious, yes, in ground store motor. Wait. Right now. Okay. more braided wire. These are definitely steel screws. I think they're absolutely steel screws. So, and then 2 motors, 2 steel machine blocks give us 2 blowers. Blower goes on this side. Yeah, I'm not a 3D artist. There, somebody did do a custom model, and I wrote them back. I'm still waiting to hear. Okay, and then this is the ultimate test. 16 iron. 16 rope. And where did that go? Oink. No recipe found. Well, crafting blister steel. Melting temp 1100. Why is this? There it is. Something I might be running into power hiccup. This is stopping once in a while. Because we're right on the bleeding edge of having enough power. The blowers, by the way, the reason why the temperature is high, the blowers, yeah, see, this is, oh no, it's, so I'm going to need another LV generator, which is not too bad. It's going to require a bit of that. This.
Does that look like? Rock. Got like a hammer, I guess.
Now we're good.
And have it mixable.
Damn it.
See if this works. Somebody reported that this was bugged. So yeah, it worked. Blister steel. So the progress bar, right, makes one at a time. You put all of that in, and it makes one, and then it makes another one. But you can see we made that one pretty fast. Once we got all this stuff, once we got it all running, now that we have two of these, we have more than enough power. When you're cutting it close, right? If you're producing exactly the amount of power that you're consuming, there can be little hitches. But I was pretty proud of getting the blowers to actually, the fans to spin. Like that was not fun. But yeah, doing this in a single block space was awesome. I meant to do like some sort of gradual, like sort of like this diagonal here, but couldn't really make it too good. I'm not a 3D model by any stretch. But you can see this is making blister steel, and it's coming out hot. Now, you can turn it into steel via the electric kiln. Right? So the kiln, this here can process it into actual steel. But you don't get, I don't think you get the the bits back. But this is super, super hot. Right? So we can take this out. Come over here. Let me grab. Oh, we can just put it on here. Steel. Blister steel bits. Because this thing heats them up with blowers, each blower adds a % onto the fuel heat value, right? So this is 1300 degrees. With two blowers, it's getting up to 1950. Okay, so each blower. So if you're doing copper, right now you can't manually turn off the blowers. Like they're just on all the time. They're constantly consuming power. But you could put like copper bits in, and it would make copper bits. This is essentially using the same reason why there's 4 slots up here. It's using a lot of the same logic as the crucible, right? So I looked at the crucible and how it sort of decided what it makes, right? What ingots it makes. If you put an amount of ingots in, or nuggets, I should say, if you put an amount of nuggets in that don't add up to an exact amount of ingots, it's gonna give you an error. So as soon as you hit that magic number of, divided by 100, then it'll say, "Oop, I'm gonna make 5 copper ingots," right? But if you put another nugget in, it goes invalid residue because it doesn't work in fractional amounts. And again, I have to test a lot of this because I'm not 100%. But yeah, this thing will sit and process all of this steel, and just it'll consume a decent amount of charcoal. But charcoal is infinite, right? So I opted to use literally an infinite resource to make make this work. And that is the blast furnace is like the top tier thing. Now we could automatically make charcoal if we look at the creosote oven. The creosote oven is large gray clay bricks. Is raw blue clay smelted. Kiln is forge. I really should make. Make sure this sticks. Now we can do these. Yeah, these things are really, really hot. (1800 degrees). Really? They're still? But one of the things you can do, because I tried when I coded it, I tried to make sure the output, like if the input is hot, I try to make the output hot. Right? So you saw that with the rods. You see that with the ingots here. So what you could do is basically like daisy chain production machines together, right? One machine could output into another machine that requires hot material that would output into another machine. So if you wanted a production line, right, of steel into maybe steel plate. Let's imagine you want steel plates. So what you do is you do something like this. This heats it up and makes steel. This outputs blister steel. So this would go into an electric kiln, which is powered, of course. But a kiln then takes that hot blister steel and makes steel, right? It outputs a hot steel ingot. That can then go into the metal press. The hot steel ingot would then get pressed into the steel plate. Or you could do an extruder to make steel, steel rods, which then go into steel screws, and everything is hot all the way down to the line. And I think, yeah, even the steel screws are hot when they come out. So almost universally, I make the output the same temperature as the input was when it happened. So, yeah, this is now making ample amounts of steel. So what we want to do is we're going to take this, and we're going to process the blister steel.
Oh, scared the crap out of me.
Get a steel, and then we're going to make a steel pickaxe head. We're going to use... Oops. Don't rotate it if you're using Napster. It really doesn't like rotating. Okay, we're going to use this. that gives me a steel pickaxe head. Which I need to cool. It's jazzy. It's spicy. White hot. Still hot, but I don't care. So what we need to do is we're going to grab a couple sticks. We're going to grab a couple resin. We're going to open our sparklies tab. We're going to say steel pickaxe with a couple diamonds, 2 sticks, resin makes the diamond tipped steel pickaxe. But then we're going to take even more diamonds and we're going to wrap that baby in diamonds, and that gives you the World Eater. The World Eater is part of my flexible tools mod. This little beauty is glorious, absolutely glorious. And the next thing I want to make is for Os
Uh-oh. I didn't do it.
is a I need a steel scythe head.
Speaking of scythe, I wonder how the tool's doing. Looks like it's up.
Blister steel, steel, blister steel. I wonder what happened. They're super, super hot. Makes 100 units of steel. We just add oh, yep. Instant completion. Into a nice. Oh yeah, we need to probably need a couple more sticks. Oh no, I don't need.
Okay,
Okay.
gotta go. Gotta go make dinner.
Diamond scythe. Scythe head. Same sort of pattern. And this is the diamond scythe. Now, what's so special about the diamond scythe? Well, I'm glad you asked. The diamond scythe can do a 9x9. So we're gonna do trim grass 9x9. Whoosh. All of the grass. There we go. And that is the beauty. And now we should be able to get lots and lots of thatch, dry grass stuff, and things running. So there's still probably some durability left in the iron one that's in there, but
Yeah, I'll use the iron on one on the tool.
Well,
The flax garden is going to be coming in pretty soon here too.
Be back.
Okay.
stealing it. Probably. Um, probably. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into how to put something on the screen. That is something I really wish that I could find somebody. Put away this, this. Steel ingot, steel ingot. So, to show off the World Eater, as this runs, a lot of space. Just eating it's basically just eating a block of cheese. Yeah, my dairy's on this. So the World Eater is, as far as I know, the only tool in the game that does vein mining. So this vein mine here, and it does a 3x3 and a 5x5. So if you do that, and what I do is I automatically shove anything you mine with this thing into the inventory, because if you drop them on the ground, you would very, very quickly overwhelm the game's like entity spawning system. So let's go down to see if we can find.
Not to mention the picking up of the things, because that's like hard coded how quickly that runs.
Yeah, it is hard coded how fast you pick stuff up, and that is like, I want to say like 20 24 per second, something like that. I know I had to look it up for for the magnet. 'Cause the magnet pulls things in exactly how fast. So here's some titanium ore. We're gonna go vein mine and pop just like that. It mines the vein, and it mines up to 256 at a time. Not 256. Jeez, where did I get that number? 512. It mines 512 by default. You can set that in the config. So yeah, it mines a crazy amount of material, very, very. So if you need like bauxite, you can just go like 5 by 5. Punch out some bauxite, right? So stuff like that, very, very fast. And believe it or not, even at 30,000 durability, it goes fast. Ooh, here's some sulfur. We can mine this. And halite. There's a bunch of halite. There's literally halite right next to the base.
Of course.
Ooh, a lot of
Yeah, they're not exactly rare. They're just, sometimes a pain to find.
yeah. Bunch of borax. Okay. That's just a death pit for rabbit. There's like 5 rabbits dead down on the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay. Put this away. That was only 20. All sorts of gubbins in my inventory still. Okay. Bunch of stuff. But yeah, that is the gist of vintage engineering. I mean, yeah, we sort of beeline to the top echelon here with the blast furnace. This is meant to be like one of the very last things you make in the LV tier, because it, and you, as you saw, you need quite a lot of steel. You need a minimum of probably 2 batches, and you need to use a lot. There's not a lot of wiggle room with that. But yeah, this technically should be able to also do meteoric. This was one of the very last things I coded in the mod, so I'm, obviously I'm going to have to do some testing. But yeah, look at that. We have 8 more steel ready to go. And if we come over here, this is still going, so we can... Oh, that's hot. Pick up the piece. There you go. Yeah, it randomizes the bits. Yeah, once this is done, you notice the fans don't turn on. Steel. No, don't reset. Oh, reset your. Um, I wonder. I have some. I want to see. This thing makes titanium. It will. So. Do we want. Because it will make ingots. And I don't when the titanium is to make these. And these are either you would smith them and there would be a royal pain to smith. Smithing chainmail without the Napster mod would be near impossible. It would be so awesome. tool. Eventually, we'll like make this. I just want to disconnect those. And you can see they're slowly, the power on them is slowly dying. And as soon as it's off, it'll stop. Sleeping and sleeping. So let's see. Just curious if we can do copper. So this, let me explain it really quick. The steel recipe is an actual recipe file that you can, like, there's two different ways the recipes work with several of my machines. This is one of them. So for vanilla things like copper, it works like a crucible. The amount that you put in is the amount of ingots you're going to get, and it does it all at once, right? So you can see the smelting time at 300. That is 10 times how much it is to smelt one copper ingot at 30 seconds. So it's just 300, and it will do all of them all at once, right? So then the stuff you put in there, it does them all at once. The steel, that is a custom recipe that I add, right? If you look in the directory, in the recipe directory, there is a VE blast furnace. I can't remember what the directory was, but in the recipes, there is a steel recipe JSON in that directory, like the blast furnace directory. So that is a custom recipe, which is why the behavior is slightly different. But all of the base game vanilla stuff should work just like a crucible, only it directly crafts the ink. So you don't have to pour, like, there's no molten, right? The base game doesn't have molten copper. That's not how the game works. All the stuff behind the scenes just doesn't work. So this will run, this is essentially a much more efficient, sort of self-contained way of doing this. And if you want it to be faster, you can have the blowers on, because in addition to altering the temperature, the blowers also speed up the time. Each blower connected speeds it up. And we can see if that's working. You can see the thing goes up here, and this is actually running faster. You can see this is actually going faster. Now the smelting time is still reporting, it's still reporting the original time, because it calculates the time based on what it is, not how many blowers are on. But in the update tick, if there are extra blowers, I add progress on top of regular per tick or per second progress, right? So it's added after the fact, so the reporting will still say 300, although it is faster. And 2 blowers would make it even faster. I think it's like 10% per blower. So you can get 20, you can knock 20% off the speed. And boom, there's now 10 copper ingots ready to go. And everything is super hot, so you can, push them into presses. You can put them into those. So let me show a little bit of the pipes. Go here, there. And put copper in there. Where's it? Tin bronze. It might be tin bronze. Put away. my inventory a little bit. I cast. Should create drawers for all of this stuff. That's why I wanted to do it up on the second floor, so I could like organize it all, not be completely overwhelmed. I do want the crusher. So the pipes, I'm quite proud of the pipe system. Item pipes is, yes, tin bronze. Or whatever kind of bronze. So, we go over here, and we say, I want some tin bronze. So we're going to grab some of this. And if we want a full set, fine, close my inventory, and then shift right. There we go. I've memorized this formula, by the way, this pattern, just because I've done it so many times. So, we want this, 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 and this. So you can, if you noticed, if it wasn't perfect, there's a little warning that pops up. Warning, it's not a perfect set. And you can see 40 tin bronze, smelting time 1200. Well, I don't want it to be 1200. I'm not patient. So let's get some wire. Start up the other blower. And now, yeah, it's not reporting it, but maybe I should look into that. Smelting time 1200. Last furnace melt time report. Last furnace melt time report. Lower reduction. I can alter that text in some way, shape, or form. But yeah, it is faster. It is noticeably faster. I'm pretty sure it's 10% per blower, so it's 20% faster. But how's the tavern going?
Well, come take a look. I mean, progress is slow, but kind of playing by feel.
Ooh, he's got a little, oh, nice. Got a little like hotel thing going on up here.
Yep. Inn and tavern.
Very cool. Gotta have the secret underground meeting place where you talk to Delphine. That's a Skyrim reference if anybody doesn't.
I did not. I figured it was something like that, though.
Alright, I need to cool these ilmenite. These things are taking forever to cool off. They are hot, and I can't put them in the drawer. hot. But once these are done, I can shove them in here with this gauge, and let's get a few chests ready to go. I don't think we have any. Grab these. That's for in a second. But remember, this is crafting 40 ingot in 1200 minus, what's 20% of 1200? 120, 240. So 16 minutes to make 40 runs. And I can all but guarantee smelting these down in a crucible is slower. You do the crucible. It's slower than that. Because the 1200 comes from the vanilla, and then the blowers cut that down. Right? So it saves you 20%. Plus, the bonus you get from the heat means that you can do more with, like, easier fuel, right? You don't need a ton of coal coke. But if we wanted to, say, make a kiln to automatically fire so we don't need pit kilns anymore. Now, the kiln, I did all of that code in that machine before this update. Oh, look at that. Crafting 40.0. Look at that number. That's funny. I did this before, obviously, 1.20, and so I don't take into account, like, all of the different clays and how you fire them and all the beehive kiln stuff. Nor do I know how I would handle that with a kiln. The kiln is basically just to fire, you know, like clay pots and bowls and stuff like that really, really easily, as well as like brick. And you can just kind of push a lot of stuff through, but it basically smelts things like one at a time. So it can be less efficient, especially when it comes to brick. I think it's one at a time because it has to heat it up and then it has to fire it and then it outputs it. So depending on what you're trying to fire, you know, it can be good or bad. Almost done. Now, as soon as this gets done, I'm gonna throw it into this thing. See if we can get some pipes on it. Hopefully the pipes aren't hot. I don't think they should be. If they are, we can cool them off. No biggie.
I'm back.
Look back.
Boom. 40 tin bronze. Just like crafting pipe.
So is it snowing out where you are, Buggy?
No, sunny day today.
Yeah, we've gotten, I'd say at least 2 inches out there, and it's snowing pretty hard. Funny how different it can be in relatively short distances. Although I suppose that doesn't really apply between the two of us.
So the pipes, as you can see, are pulling out of this machine and pushing into this. The pipes in this game, I basically took some of the design inspiration of the feature from the pipes mod. That's pipes with a Z from Minecraft. So you can put upgrades, you can have filters on the extraction nodes, and then the insertion nodes are like this. And I did test last night. They do work with the better crates. So you could have like the crusher automatically crushing stuff like ores and stuff, and then automatically pushing into crates or chests. Now, there's no like priority system for the inputs, right? The insertion nodes are just like insert. And at the moment there's no way, like if I put a bunch of insert nodes on the back of these, they would insert, if there was clay, it would insert the right thing into the right spot. But if one of those insert nodes was in a chest, right? And depending on where that chest was in the network, that it could hit that chest first. Because there's no priority system. You have to manage it yourself. The chest you'd want, as the default of a pipe is nearest first. So it's going to try to insert the nearest first into the nearest first one. So you could have a pipe system with a whole bunch of crates all inserting in, and the very end you'd have a chest. And if it can't put anything into the crates, if it goes through all of those crates and it can't find a place to insert, then it'll input in if there's room. Yeah, this is the pipe system. Now these are coming out hot. I really should not. Damn it. Cool them off. Pipes are good. Fuel out. I don't know if it burns through. Oh yeah, it's positive. You can see the fuel remaining. once it's done, it pauses. It doesn't waste. And obviously I can tweak that as I need. But yeah, this will automatically process or automatically move items. And I have fluid pipes. So fluid pipes do the same thing, only with fluid. See? So I could hook this back up, right? And then have that extract. And that would extract from this into the chest. And this is how you can go from one machine to the other, is you use the pipes and just daisy chain the machines together, and one machine can output and input into the next machine. And you can have an entire line just dedicated to, say, screws. And you can just be like, this machine, this machine, this machine, this machine. Just that alone can make screws. Depending on what screws you're making, you know, alter that a little bit, and just have one machine going in, and then the pipe filter here. This is a relatively expensive recipe because it is an extremely powerful process, right? This was a huge amount of code for this thing. I can show. The fact that I motor. Crap. I need another iron plate. So, what do we do about that? Well, we happen to have a little bit of iron. And we can put these in here. Show how this runs. So you can see this is going to directly craft the iron ingot. I can't remember if I did anything with the blooms. One of my mods just makes iron be able to smelt directly with iron. But I don't know. This may, if you don't have it, this may push out iron bloom. But my kiln, my electric kiln, can also process iron blooms. That is an option. So I want to process these into plates. Let's just make sure this is plates. Yep. And this also produces, you can put the I have the nails and strips. What the hell is going on with this? Sorry, what is going on with? Why do I have two gear molds? Well, that was weird. But yeah, the nails and strips, you get a lot of nails. And no, the stack size, the how much is in one stack, it doesn't matter in this particular machine. You distribute them, it doesn't make a difference. because it just calculates the time based on and then this, because this is an extract, if I put the ingots in here, the hot ingots, it'll make the plates and extract. However, it won't extract them very fast. So you can do a pipe upgrade, right, and speed them up. But the upgrades are understandably expensive. We could probably get away with a silver. Silver. This. 'Cause we're gonna get nuggets when we make the plates, I think. So we can put the upgrade in there, and that different upgrades offer different rates, filters, and distribution. Right? So the silver one allows you to set a filter, but it doesn't allow you to customize the distribution. And distribution is like nearest first, farthest first, round robin, random second. But putting that extractor in there now will extract 4 per second rather than 1 per second. Default is 1 per second. And there's a bunch of debug information. So if you look at this, you can see the up above. You can see the network ID, the different sides, like insert sides. Just if you're having problems, if you run into a bug where the pipes are misbehaving, the information up there would be very valid. Like, it would be nice to know what exactly is the problem. Is it misreporting the insert extract? So you can see it's seeing 1 insert and 2 extract, right? In this block space. Each block space is different. But you can see number of inserts, number of extracts is right. Pushes and tickers. And the tickers is because there's 2 extraction nodes. So the number of tickers and the number of extraction nodes need to match. If those don't match, it's a problem. That means one of your nodes is not ticking. Okay, so put these in here. And this should pop out and immediately pull into there. Okay, that's going to do its thing. Now, if memory serves, I need a motor. I need one of these. I think I can do brass. So, this wire. I don't think I can use brass for this, since this is an MV motor. Yeah, I can't use brass. There's the motor. Now I completely forgot what I was making. What the hell was I making with this? Was I going to try to make a filter? No, I wasn't. Was I going to try to make a filter?
Let's see if I can.
I can't remember
up
what
the
I was going to make. Crusher? I think maybe it was the crusher. Yeah, I think it was the crusher. I'm pretty sure. Okay. Machine 1. Crusher. This is why I saved these pounder cubes. I need 2 more. I need 2 more braided wire. Braided wire is up. And as you can see, there's durability with the die casts. So be aware that they can and will break. So heat it up. These four, just, maybe I can heat them up. I can. Glorious. They're super hot. Let's go. Super hot. We're cheesing it. We're cheesing it. All the cheese. We want. Close the windows. Cruise LV gauge, I think. Gauge. And super hot rod. We found an alternate way. You can see these are not moving very fast. See, they're being pulled out pretty fast here. There's 2 more of those. I need to make like a machine that cools them off. That you have to hook up to like a water source or something. Like a dowser. I don't know what would you call that? What would you call a machine that drenches like hot metal?
Quencher?
Yeah, I mean, could. All right, crusher. We have the braided wire. We have the machine block. We have those.
Yeah, it'd be called a quencher there at Buggy.
Quencher.
Quencher.
BE crusher. All right, this little beauty, well, is glorious. We're gonna put over here. There, there. Brick. Funsies. Crusher. My wire. This guy. So this is another 100 power per second. And this is one of my shining achievements. This has 4 different modes. Crush, nuggets, recipe, and grind. Okay. Recipe is a custom recipe just for the crusher. Nuggets extracts nuggets, as one would expect. Crush acts like a pulverizer, and grind acts like the quern. Okay, so we're going to go crush. We're going to crush. And what we can do is we're going to have that. We're going to have that. That's going to be extract. That's going to be extract. I make sure that if something is seeking to auto output, that it sent the right slots, and when it's auto inputting, it sent the right slots. So most of the machines will automatically work in this way. So we want to take, let's say, some of the chromite that Renegade needs for his lovely process of making the leather.
Got that wrong.
We can go here, and now this thing is crushing. And there is a variable amount, so it automatically takes into account like the varying amount of things that it outputs, and it uses all the base game stuff. So all of that should work fine. And you could easily switch this over to nuggets, and it would spit out chromite nuggets. So you don't not really anything you can do with those. So why you would do that? But now you can see crushed chromite. So we put in exactly 2 stacks. We'll see exactly what we get out. Okay, now that we have
Well, wait a minute,
ample
why am I
amounts of
doing that?
steel, let's put away. Put some stuff away. That. Let's cool off the stuff. So this will just continually run. Now, when it's done, right? When it runs out of stuff, it just goes to sleep. Just I tried in my mod, in this mod, like stuff that's if you look at it and it says it's sleeping, right? Up at the top, you can see code, active animations, and then sleeping. Stuff that's sleeping ticks at a fraction of the time. Rather than ticking 10 times a second, it does its full tick once every like 4 or 5 seconds. Right? It's ticking 100th the amount of time. Like it's such a tiny amount. That's when it's sleeping. So the electric network, I have code in there that allows that to sleep too, but it's not none of it is. Just because it's a lot of work. Yeah, this thing will sit and grind and grind. And I know that people have set up like a chain of stuff to automatically feed the LV generators. So they have a chest. They go into a log splitter. The log splitter makes firewood that then gets moved to the LV generators, and the LV generators just automatically fill up with fuel. So all of that stuff works. And yeah, it's glorious. There is some stuff I need to test regarding chunk loading and servers and stuff. So the best thing I can say, if you have this on a server, make sure each chunk is sort of isolated. If everything is in the same chunk, you should have 0 issue. There is some weird edge case chunk loading shenanigans that I still have to debug. But if everything is in the same chunk, power generation, all your factories, your pipes, everything is in the same chunk, that should be you should have no problem with any of it. People have reported issues with the mod. Also report that if everything is in the same chunk, there's 0 issue. I do want to get the sawmill up.
Really difficult thing to debug too, because you've it's intermittent. Sometimes it works fine. Other times it's got troubles.
Yeah, the person who reported the bug said it was working on their server for days and days and days. Their entire factory was working just fine. And then randomly one day, the whole pipe network was corrupted. And I'm just like, what changed? And he's like, nothing. Like, it was working for days and days and days. And suddenly it just stopped working. And I'm like, well, that's going to be impossible to do. Like,
Yeah.
I need to be able to replicate something to be able to debug it. But
So yeah, if anybody can replicate that easily, please let
But-
Boogie know.
again, the way to see the chunks. Now remember, the chunks work differently in this game than Minecraft. So there is a command .debug wireframe chunk. Wink. And you can see the chunks, right? You can see the chunk boundary. The chunks are cubic. They're not all the way to bedrock or mantle. So this here is a chunk. And this one down here is a chunk, right? And this one over here is a chunk.
Why
And
does
going
it
down
have
even
to be
further.
foggy?
So, yeah, this line right here is my chunk boundary line. It's hard to see. There it is. So, the electric network, I've done one of the new versions, I think 0.3.3, adds a bunch of code to make the electric network much more hardy in terms of chunk boundaries and chunk loading. So, that's something to test. The fact that this is the chunk boundary right here is a good test. We have generators on this side, the machines over on this side, right? And so when you load into the world, depending on the order that the chunks load in, it can cause shenanigans. The fact that the pipes are all in this same chunk means this system should never ever break, because these are very simple systems. Now, when you have a huge pipe network, that's where the problems happen, and it would be really nice to have a distinct reproduction steps in order to make that work, or to replicate it. If I had reproduction steps, it would go a long way. Did somebody use up all the chain that was in here? Is that the wrong? That's the wrong.
I was already on my way to Renegade's house. I kid.
I love how we give.
Well, I actually wouldn't have given him crap out at this time, except the previous instance where you're like, oh, where's the anvil mill?
Yeah, yeah. Like, oh, Renegade has it. Yeah.
It's gonna give him the benefit of the doubt, but apparently not.
Buggy,
Yeah.
where do you put your sand?
The sand for now is going into the chest below the rock type of the type of.
Oh, okay,
So, yeah.
gotcha.
Okay. And
Need a hammer.
need a hammer for what?
Oh, I picked up some copper.
There should be some hammer. If you want a hammer, there should be some hammer heads in the tool heads chest.
Tool heads.
Yeah, over here, tool head, right below the sticks.
Ah, that makes sense.
Jeez.
Ooh, an iron hammer. Wow.
So this.
Oh,
So let's see. Let's just see how close the random number generator. So we're gonna have 128 times 2.3. So 294.4
Of course.
Look at that, dairy, just like that, dairy's maxed.
I think that's one of the lesser pies too.
So 294, so this is minus 256. So 38. If the last stack is 38 or more,
Hey.
it's gonna be close. It's gonna be really close, but it should be words.
Okay, let's cut down those birches. Actually, I really don't need to. Somebody planted it or no? So, how far down the map do I have to go to find granite?
Granite is actually relatively close.
Just got to be sure you're in the right area.
Yeah, I mean, if you go south about, let's see, we're at 604. So if you go south to about 1400, actually even closer than that. I think this is granite, although no, that might be
Follow the road.
conglomerate. Yeah, I know that there's a ton of granite around. Okay, so this 40. Look at that, 38.4, and we have 40. So yeah, exactly, almost exactly 2.3 for all of that. So that's good to go. There's a whole bunch more crushed chromite.
Nice.
I extended your road.
Alrighty.
Well, I didn't actually extend it. I made space for it.
So yeah, if there's anything, any vintage engineering machine type that we need, just let me know. We can get her crafted. I need to work
Oh, crap.
on closing the upstairs so I can actually move stuff.
Why does it have to be low-lying fog?
Because it's an awesome atmospheric effect.
Yeah,
I know. But it's really annoying when you're trying to look down a hole. And you can't see the bottom. Oh, what is that? Oh, top peak.
We're probably
Okay.
gonna be a hot minute. Maybe once it's zero loss. Once it's done, it stops burning. 240. That'll just sit process. Fine. Now. I don't know. Don't know if this thing can make glass. I'm gonna, once the lead is done, I'll check. Let's turn it on.
Found some blue clay.
Going through a lot of candles. No.
Why are you going through a lot of candles?
Well, the chandeliers take 8 apiece. So.
Oh, yeah, okay. But then you also have a source of wax, so
Yeah, it's just the candles are a pain in the butt to make now.
Yeah, you can only make them 6 at a time.
oh, okay. Bring it with me. Well,
It's organized. Oh,
only one? Well, that's cheap.
got like. I love how all of his detail is all like underground and hidden. It's just like, it's like, why can't you do that like above ground? Like, got to be some weird like evil lair that he. His name is Death. Right.
Hmm. Hey, Oz, you have onions?
Yeah. I think the only plant we're missing is peanuts. And it's very unlikely that you'll find those.
That is very far south.
Yep.
You gotta pretty much got to be in the area of the termite mounds, I think, for that.
Yeah, I think so.
And even then, they're very hard to find. Jeez. I want to avoid the forest because if you're in the forest, there's bears. I don't know about country bears. That's andesite over there. Hope so. I am so far south right now.
Doing it this way saves you a lot of hammers. Imagine processing all this.
Okay.
This. I didn't process all of it because the expanded matter mod uses it, and I don't yet know what the bricklayers is going to use. So because there's a lot of pigments and stuff. What I really, really, really need to find is a limestone biome. Basically, a huge amount of limestone because I need malachite. We don't have a lot of malachite. And the limestone I've been able to find has been...
Wait a minute. Malachite's copper. What do you mean?
It is, but it's a
Yeah.
unique form of copper.
Yeah, it is.
So, in order to get the malachite pigment, you need malachite.
Yep.
Can't just take plain. So,
Nope.
unfortunately, I've found areas of limestone. I found limestone, but it's like you need a combination of the rock type plus the ore map probabilities, because the way the game manages ore, it's basically like a heat map. All the different ores have a heat map, and some ores are more likely than others in different areas, independent from the rock type. So if the rock types, like if you have a hot spot for malachite, but there's no limestone, you're not going to find it. Right? It's just not going to exist because you need the right rock type. So you need the convergence of the two things. You need a high probability of malachite in addition to having limestone. So, what you looking for?
8 short shoulders.
Ah,
I got
we have a few.
Yep.
Um,
Yeah, I intentionally grabbed quite a few when we were expeditioning.
I'm gonna check. What happens? I'm not 100% sure. It says 4 pieces smelt into 2 glass. So that tells me the combustible props are set. And that's what this thing reads. Combustible props. It reads like what the ratio is, what is the output stack, and if it doesn't work, invalid. The other thing I should probably look at is making the creosote of it, because that's a way to make charcoal. There's 80 lead. Yeah, look at that. Makes 200 glass. Voice.
Nice.
Smelting time 3,000. Woo! That's spicy. Okay, that's slow. Woo! That's gonna be melting time. Wow. Ah, that's hot. That made me jump. Alright, this is gonna be again loud. It really bothers me the wire release. The setting, the GUI setting I set for that. Does not take. Now that we have that, so crafting. This. Now we're gonna really be able to make some ingots. One more thing I want to show. Steel I started from. Oh, really? Completely forgot about the steel. This is going to be
Damn it. Excuse me.
hopefully canceled. these are from Quentin's QP chisel, QP Tech chisel mod, whatever it's named. Let's see what this does. Do. This. Left click to copy, right click to paste.
Ooh, okay.
See,
Order. It's like sand.
Yeah.
Damn it.
I'm right clicking twice because it has to convert the block into a chiselable shape. Now let's see if I can move that beam. Yes. Felt the leg, Robert. I did. I understand what time it is. Gotta be close. Yep.
Oh, almost time to stop.
TREAT time. Like, don't get it.
Be kind of tough too.
Yeah, she does not allow. Not allow.
You're not allowed to forget.
Yeah.
Now, see. Does work? They do. Look at that. Corner. Beautiful. And you can do a bunch of beams in here if you want. You need to do a windowsill. Copy that one. See how much easier this process is with this mod? Like, if we had this when I made that cathedral, oh my god. This is why I want to make another cathedral. I want to make a big project.
See how much easier it is.
Just because, yeah, it's like a lot of the tedium would just be, I mean, completely eliminated. Like, the hardest thing at that point would be the, like, that back wall. That couldn't do a lot of, Why? Where's my... Oh, it was... Instead of being on the bottom. Sure. What the? Again. What? I'm at a loss. Why is this not working? It worked over here. Not working here.
Strange.
Down from the top. There. At least super. That happens.
Offhand.
Yeah, but
Yep.
it just seems like sometimes it's super fast.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
One thing it could be is that when you have a meal, it gives you a grace period before it starts consuming satiety.
Yeah,
Whereas I don't think the pies do.
that's probably. Goes again.
Before you remove it, let me take a peek
Oh.
and make sure it's not just on your end.
Right when you said
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's wrong on my end too.
take pull
Strange.
it down from the top. Yeah, that's even like what the hell is happening here?
Huh.
Um. I need Tyrone to like chime in to be like, what is going on here? Like no matter what face I click on, it's doing this weird thing.
Yeah.
So what?
I can only assume it's an interaction with the chiseled block. Doesn't like that. Try keeping the chiseled blocks out of it and connect the beam from the top to the bottom, and then I don't know if you can place the chiseled block in afterwards or. I think I turned my matting off. Let me check.
Yes. likely will happen. Yeah, it does it. Doing it
Interesting.
without the blocks even there.
And these stripped or debarked logs, those are vanilla?
Yeah.
Huh. Maybe try removing the other two chiseled blocks in between. Just make it like pure connecting one.
Yeah, it shouldn't matter. Like, it really shouldn't
Shouldn't.
matter. I've been all up and down this feature. A lot of wiring system.
Yeah.
This is not working.
So weird. Is there some kind of block corruption or
Your guess is as
invisible
good as mine.
blocks that we can't see? Yeah, I'm just throwing out speculations at this point. Or thinking aloud. Huh.
Gonna cheese it. Like that.
Blanchies time.
Full cheese. Doesn't match really this. I don't think I can put this in there. If I put this in there, it'll actually try to chisel one of these, which we can do. Right? It's the inside texture is different than the outside. That. Sills up here. Believe it or not, that does remove.
Mm-mm. Oh, that's what happened. It's a new person.
Oh. Back nails. In need of trimming, which is one of the things that she loves.
Oh, really? No.
More than usual.
Hey,
Oh no.
like, what? Why? Like, what am I doing wrong? And it's not giving me the. Not giving me the. This stream finishes writing up the sentence. Timestamp. Like, like, what is happening? Like, what is this bug? I don't even know how to report the bug. Like, what is this?
Yeah.
Weird. Times the word. Crazy. Motor in my lap.
By the way, I'm putting thatch on my roof, but
Holy
ultimately I think I'm gonna do gray.
Thanks,
Gray
Lost. You gave
shingles.
me a heart attack. Jesus. Holy crap, it just
Thatch is
came out
back.
from nowhere. Thanks. Okay.
I,
You gotta say that.
I'm not even sure when that was. The roof of the tavern. Right now it's thatch, but ultimately I'm gonna do gray shingle. But we need the beehive kiln before we can do gray.
Yeah,
I don't think I'm going to get a roof before you do because
You
it's a
could get
long ways
the-
off.
Go on a lawn mowing mission.
Yeah, do that. Doing the tool and cattails again here. Trying to use up the old scythe also.
There's a bear over here.
You saying that because you need a hand?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm saying it because I need a hand. He can't get to me, so he's just sitting. Oh, there we go. Come on.
And where exactly are you?
I'm at the end of the street. They're going south. Can't miss me. Come on, Mr. Bear. You see him?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
You can skin him.
I think there's pieces for a meteoric sword if you wanted.
I have a polka.
You should.
I was given one.
Should have.
Yep, I do.
Okay.
I was given one.
Oh, shoot.
I just figured you'd want the meat. Or is that just bush meat?
No, it's red meat, but
Okay.
we've got enough meals right now that I'm not worried about it.
Oh no, I just figured you'd want the meat. I got more red meat, so... The bear managed to kill a boar, so... Where do you want the meat? In the tavern?
Right now, I'm probably just going to turn it into compost.
Oh, really? Seems a waste. But okay.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, if you have a better plan for it, go for it.
Oh, never mind. There's no recipe for dried meat, is there?
Salt.
Salt?
Yep.
I'm having salt.
There's plenty over here. If you. How many you got?
How many I got? I got 2.
Yeah, me. 2?
Yeah.
Okay, I think.
There's the one right here.
With salt in it. Yep. Put the two in there.
Okay.
There you go. Now just seal it. I had an extra 1 from what I.
Okay. Put the
You didn't
bone
seal
over
it.
here, or do you put it in the inside?
I put that stuff down here. Food cellar.
Oh, you put it down in the cellar?
Well, that's where I'm
Interesting
gonna put
place.
it. Yeah.
Interesting
Food?
place to put bone.
Oh, bone. I didn't hear you say bone. Bone. I think we have in buggies.
Yep.
My main area.
Okay. There it is. Thank you.
Yep.
You put the food in the tavern, right?
There's some food in there, yeah.
The tavern
I
is
can't
over.
put everything in the tavern because it would spoil
Oh.
much faster that way.
Oh, I understand that. I understand
Yep.
that. I'm just trying to. I understand. That's interesting. Wait.
Destroy all of them.
Where's the diamond scythe?
Should be on the back wall.
Back wall, I didn't see it. Oh, there we go.
Weird how it does that. Not that.
Oh, so pretty.
Oh, I know how it worked. You're a silly person. No. Oh, I screwed that up. Oh, well. dizzy here.
Oh, man, your fingers are just not on me. Face, there we go. There we go. Jeez. Fingers were having a little trouble there for a second. Looks a little bit.
Yeah.
Four.
The really creative people can just go to town.
Oh, damn. I filled it.
I did that wrong.
Well, I've been collecting grass. I filled the chest.
Craft into bales.
Fair enough.
So we got. Oh, glorious.
Yep, we've gotten a couple harvests in. Oh, this ratio is just sad.
What, the grass ratio?
Yeah, grass to hay.
Yeah.
You get. I mean, you get 4 thatch per round. Not too bad. It's just-
Wait a minute. Why is there a window on this? Window there.
big tree.
Darn, you reminded me. I should have done that. Darn it.
You can snag, or I'll snag the thatch that's on the roof over here. I was just prototyping.
Don't worry about
Think we
I
got
was
enough.
going to do.
it. The fact
I
that we
didn't
can get
do
an
it.
infinite amount with grass like that,
Okay.
literally like thousands of grass.
All this time, and I was
Yay.
sitting on 3 seeds of pine and 3 pine cones, and I'm like, what? What am I doing? Silly. Should have planted those.
All right, last finished. Audio warning.
Missed one. There we go.
Should
Very laggy. What did I do?
Hey. So, I showed off the Night Watcher. I showed off the World Eater. The Diamond Shears, the Diamond Scythe. The Diamond Shears are the same as the Scythe. They can do 9 by 9. They actually do a 9 by 9 by 9. So if you're in the middle of a tree and you do it, it's a big area that it clears the leaves. But if anybody's wondering, where do I get all the diamonds? Well, in the base game, if Vintage Engineering, Scenario 1, Vintage Engineering is the only mod you have. Or, I should say, Flexible. Flexible Tools is the only mod. If that's the case, then the only place in the vanilla game to find diamonds is in Kimberlite ore, or traders. I think sometimes traders sometimes sell them, or can it? I don't know. I don't really use traders all that much, so I'm not 100% sure. But we're gonna get a couple gold plates. This little guy is giving me some gold plates. One of these. Trust me, this is spicy. Grab a couple hay. So, hay, stick, raw dummy, gold plate. Go here. Do the Night Watcher. Okay. I'm bringing a Night Watcher with me for a reason. We'll find out in a second. All of this on me really. We're almost done today, and yeah, our drop frames really skyrocketed. Any issues on YouTube, by the way? I stream also on Rumble. They're all on Rumble. So, in the vanilla game, diamond ore only appears in Kimberlite rock, which itself only appears next to mantle. You'll have randomly these Kimberlite like bubbles, and it's, if there is a way to determine on the surface where these are, I don't know. They're nearly impossible to find. The random Kimberlite bubble. It's some weird feature that spawns once in a while. In all of the years that I've played, I've found 2 while exploring. So good luck. That's why I recommend you use my Ores of Plenty mod. Ores of Plenty adds the potential for diamonds, right? It's not guaranteed. It's always it's always random numbers. But if you find basalt low deep down, which is usually where you find it, you find basalt deep down, that's where you'll find diamond. But you'll also find a whole lot of really spicy enemies. So that's why the Night Watcher is coming with me. Yeah, this food is just so the Night Watcher is coming with to help mitigate this, because I want to be able to kind of show what's going on. Unfortunately, like, lighting is a problem. Don't really have a lot of things that I can do about that. But I did find a spot. I was very tempted to mine it, but I didn't. Okay, so if we go down here, you can see diamonds, right? I same deposit actually has emeralds too. This is actually a long ways away. Just because, I mean, there could be easily one closer. But I found what I found, so we're going to show that as an example. So we're going to do TPWP diamonds. And we're going to plop down the Night Watcher. Trust me, this is needed. Okay. Night Watcher is defending us. So yeah, this place was crawling with enemies, but you can see there's basalt and there's diamonds right here. Right? So we could vein mine these, but I don't. Make sure there's no more. So you see that little bubble of basalt is all it took to spawn those in. Now there is more around here. Some of these enemies are always... Oh, there's another one. There's some more. Look at that. This, I will be. That was a lot of diamonds. Oh boy. And let's just grab this chromium while I'm here. And then we can grab maybe some paradox. Another huge bubble. Maybe the Night Watcher doesn't block the bells. I thought it did, but but it's not just on the surface that you'll find diamonds. You could find them deeper down. So if you find a nice big bubble, salt. Not guaranteed. You could find it. The lava pool here, this is also something that he does. Makes more lava. Normally this stuff I almost died. This, even with the super armor that or you can grab or prospect. See, no diamond. No diamond over. Peridot, did find that. No mate. It doesn't look like there's any more in here. Not that we need it. Just found diamond. It just found some more diamond. Let's see. There it is. There was some more back here. Sneaky little. Check. Oh, we got quite a bit. I think. Covers all of this. I've got 8 on salt. I don't think I need this much salt. Yeah, the reason I increased lava, the pump, the fluid pump that I have in vintage, you can pump lava with. So I wanted to be able to provide lava, some amount, for craft. Mixing. So blind to have recipes for that. Now I gotta find my way back. And there's the map marker. So I'm gonna pick this guy up. And back. Right. Getting a little collection. Put all prepared. Whew. That is used for anything, but look at the diamonds. We got 83 plus 101 diamonds. Out of that, glorious, glorious amount of diamonds. We are set. Try to remember to put keep my world eater in single block. AOE mine things. that. Yeah, I just wanted to show that diamonds do appear. They're rare. You still have to find them. Yeah, all Ores of Plenty does is make them a little bit easier to find. You still have to do the work to find the right types of rock. Yeah, pretty good. So there's still a lot left in the game. Of course, there's a bunch of machines left in Vintage, like Vintage Engineering. There's a bunch of stuff we could be doing. But there's also all the story elements. And there's a lot of building left. We're gonna. I don't anticipate changing. Yeah, there's a lot of decoration that we could be doing. As our little village builds up here, it's looking really good. Got the structure going for the tavern. Good. Yeah. So far, so good. Well, anyway, that's going to do it for the stream today, everybody. Oh, that was hot.
A minute there, I thought everybody went. Stream done?
No, just a second. Trying to pull that rod.
Oh. Okay.
All right. Yeah. So come back here on Saturday. Well, we're gonna probably go do some more exploration, and I don't know if we're gonna do like the Resonance Archives again right away, because there is stuff after that now, and I have no idea what to expect. I do know that they basically when they designed it from like your home base to get to the next level of the story other than the Resonance Archives, or maybe it's from the Resonance Archives, they balanced it to be a 2-hour trek on an elk. So if you're riding an elk, it's 2 hours. Now we ride the wind with the Angel, so I'm sure that we're going to be able to do it faster. So it won't be a 2-hour journey to get there. It's going to be a journey, but yeah, it's not going to be that bad. Yeah, I wanted to get to the beehive film today, but it wasn't. I still have to figure it out. And maybe when we come back on Saturday, we'll show off working beehive. But anyway, that's going to do it today. Thank you all for coming by. Please hit that like button for yourself. Comment down below and consider being a patron or channel member and joining us on these lovely streams, or subscribe if you're new to the channel. Just kind of link here a little bit. Other than that, hope that everybody has a great rest of the week, and yeah, see everybody back here